Chapter 61, Divine Tool, Sea Calming Divine Pearl. Haha, I don't mind if you call me, Uncle, now. Qian said. At this moment, Qian suddenly recalled the inner demons qian encountered during her god's trial, and he couldn't help but remind her. Don't suppress your inner self. Do whatever you want, be clear-minded, face yourself, and don't leave any inner demons. She would have almost failed the god's trial because of her arrogance, unable to face her failures and inner feelings. Clear-minded, do whatever I want. Qian pondered. I understand, I'll pay attention to that from now on. Qian said. The next day, Qian once again took on the appearance of Shui Qing, beginning another monotonous day. In the morning, he went to the academy for classes and cultivation, chatting with Douluo during breaks. In the afternoon, he studied how to handle government affairs or went to the imperial palace to play with his 3-year-old sister, Shui Ke. In the evening, he cultivated in the crown prince's mansion. After a monotonous day, Qian's soul finally returned to his main body, about 15 miles away from the blue-silver forest, in a seemingly ordinary forest. This forest looked no different from an ordinary one, but it was actually a small spirit beast forest. There were many spirit beasts inside, all adept at disguise, harboring hidden dangers. The source of all this was that the king of the forest was good at disguise, causing the plant spirit beasts in the forest to evolve in this direction as well. In a wooden house in the center of the forest, Qian opened his eyes. Crack tilde. Qian stretched lazily and walked out of the wooden house. Some blue-silver grass spirit beasts around the wooden house gently swayed their branches and leaves, as if saying, "Hello, Boss Qi." "Hello, Great King." These blue-silver grass spirit beasts were just ordinary blue-silver grass more than a year ago. But under the influence of Qian's blue-silver king, martial soul aura, they evolved into blue-silver grass spirit beasts. Moreover, thanks to the small ice and fire yin-yang well inside Qian's body, the spirit beasts around this wooden house all reached decades of cultivation level. Plants further away didn't receive such good treatment, but many also evolved into spirit beasts. Qian now understood the benefits the blue-silver king spoke of. As the king of these plant spirit beasts, he could use the blue-silver domain to absorb their vitality and nourish himself. This was an effect only available after the blue-silver domain evolved, but Qian could already do it now. Furthermore, he could mobilize the plant spirit beasts here to resist enemies together. It could be said that this forest was his home ground. I wonder what divine tool the system rewarded. With a thought, Qian retrieved the mission reward from the system. A pearl the size of a child's fist suddenly appeared in Qian's hand. The pearl was entirely azure, emitting a brilliant light. I can lift it. What kind of divine tool is this? Qian wondered. He currently had no affinity for any god position, so how could he pick up a divine tool so easily? Did I not complete the mission well? Was I rewarded with the worst divine tool? Qian tried to infuse a wisp of spirit power into the azure pearl. In an instant, the pearl burst into 5-colored light, so bright that even Qian couldn't see its true form. The pearl's weight suddenly increased, causing Qian, who cultivated the body martial soul and possessed a true dragon physique, to stumble. So heavy. Qian was shocked and quickly stopped infusing spirit power. After he stopped infusing spirit power, the pearl's brilliant light completely receded, and it returned to being an ordinary blue pearl. Its weight also returned to that of a normal pearl. Good stuff. Qian's eyes lit up. Its ability to obscure the 5 senses and change weight alone was enough to prove its value. After Qian infused spirit power, it also fed back some information to Qian, along with a refining incantation. This divine pearl is actually called the Sea Calming Divine Pearl. Refine it to minor accomplishment, and it can obscure the 5 senses and possess the power of the 4 seas. Refine it to its depths, and it can evolve all heavens, possessing the power of a realm. This description of the divine tool reminded Qian of the 24 Sea Calming Divine Pearl, the magic treasure of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Zhao Gongming in the investiture of the gods. These two divine tools' magic treasures might belong to the same category. Even if he only refined it to minor accomplishment, its power, equivalent to the impact of the 4 seas, could surpass the sea god's golden trident. Developing this pearl to its deepest extent, equivalent to the impact of a planet, possessed the power to destroy stars, already comparable to the super-divine tools of a supreme god king. Excellent, excellent. Qian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and, following the refining incantation given by the pearl, eagerly began to refine it. After a while, Qian had initially refined the pearl and stored it within his body. Phew, although I can't unleash the power of the sea-calming divine pearl yet, it's still great for cultivation. Qian discovered that as long as he infused a little spirit power, it would immediately become very heavy. Using this characteristic, Qian could use it to temper his true dragon physique and cultivate his body martial soul. Qian took out the pearl, preparing to test the power of the sea-calming divine pearl. Who should I test it on? The only strong person I know right now is the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King is a 75,000-year-old plant spirit beast, with strength equivalent to a human spirit Douluo of over level 80. Testing it on it would definitely provide an excellent experience. However, Qian intended to keep the sea-calming divine pearl as his trump card and didn't want to easily display it to others to prevent covetousness. I can only test it on inanimate objects. Qian left the forest covered by his domain and arrived in another forest. In front of Qian was a massive stone, over 10 meters thick, comparable to the city walls of some fortresses in the Heaven Do Empire. Qian took out the pearl, infused spirit power according to the refining incantation, and launched it towards the giant stone. The sea-calming divine pearl burst forth with 5-colored light and slammed into the giant stone with a whoosh. A faint crack sounded, and the sea-calming divine pearl deeply drilled into the giant stone, with several huge cracks appearing on the stone's surface. Hiss! It can unleash such power with only level 28 spirit power. Qian was somewhat surprised. One must know that even a titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect could only manage to break through the city walls of the Heaven Do Empire's fortresses. He, with the sea-calming divine pearl, could actually achieve this now. Although not as shocking as the Clear Sky Hammer, this strike had genuinely reached the power of a spirit saint's attack. If used well, one strike with this pearl might even injure or kill a titled Douluo. Great, great. I finally have some trump cards for self-preservation. Qian said happily. He sat cross-legged on the ground, recovered some spirit power, then used his blue-silver grass martial soul to drill into the stone cracks and retrieve his sea-calming divine pearl. Qian's mental force was not yet strong enough to control the sea-calming divine pearl, so he could only use this clumsy method to retrieve the pearl. The pearl was connected to Qian's mind and still looked the same, with no damage to its surface. But after retrieving the pearl, the cracks on the giant stone suddenly widened, and the entire stone collapsed with a rumble. Chapter 62, External Message, Possessing Zhu Zuqing. Qian was very satisfied with the sea-calming divine pearl. Its potential definitely didn't lose out to an ultra-divine tool. However, Qian's cultivation level was too low right now, making him unable to unleash its true power. He could only refine the sea-calming divine pearl with his heart and slowly develop it. Qian put away the pearl, returned to the forest where he was cultivating in seclusion to recover his spirit power, and then headed toward a nearby city. He needed to buy another batch of whale glue to cultivate his body martial soul and nourish his true dragon physique. Although his body martial soul had not yet attached a spirit ring, the body martial soul and the physical body complemented each other, meaning improvement was still possible. What are all these people crowding here for? Qian was a little puzzled, wondering why so many people were squeezed at the gate of Sylve City. He stepped forward to check and found that 2 advanced Spirit Master Academies were recruiting students. One was Sylve's Academy, and the other was Plant Academy. Both sides had long queues for consultation. Both sides also hung banners. One side read, Sylve's Academy proudly won 33rd place in the All-Continent Spirit Master Tournament. The other side read, Plant Academy proudly won 18th place in the All-Continent Spirit Master Tournament. When Qian saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. A young girl waiting in line saw Qian laughing and couldn't help but ask, Friend, you're here to sign up too, aren't you? May I ask why you are laughing? Qian shook his head and said, I wasn't laughing at anything. He was just laughing at Sylve's Academy, which had been eliminated in the very first round of the Spirit Master Tournament in Spirit City, yet was still treating this as an honor. Moreover, Sylve's Academy only managed to achieve that ranking by relying on the kingdom's prestige, otherwise, the Academy probably wouldn't have even made it into the top 33. Friend, which of these two academies do you think is better? Which one should I sign up for? Qian asked. Seeing that Qian was good-looking, the girl was happy to answer him. Of course, Sylve's Academy. The girl said. Oh, why? Didn't Plant Academy rank higher than Sylve's Academy? The girl shook her head and said, Plant Academy only ranked higher in the Spirit Master Tournament because they were lucky. During the preliminary rounds, Sylve's Academy actually defeated Plant Academy. Qian asked curiously, lucky? Is there such a saying? The girl raised her chin and said, of course. Sylve's Academy met Heavenly Dragon Academy in the first round. But Plant Academy only met Heavenly Dragon Academy in the second round. That's why I say Plant Academy was lucky. Also, Plant Academy usually only recruits spirit masters with plant spirits, so I recommend you register at Sylve's Academy. Heavenly Dragon Academy. Qian was stunned. Was this Heavenly Dragon Academy just a namesake, or was it the Heavenly Dragon Academy founded by Luer Long? Could it be that he had traveled back to the past to possess them, instead of traveling to a parallel world? Was he tricked by the system? Friend, which kingdom's academy is the Heavenly Dragon Academy you mentioned? Qian pressed. The girl shook her head and said, it's not an academy from the Four Kingdoms, but an advanced Spirit Master Academy from Heaven Do City. Their lightning and fire combination is very powerful, they almost broke into the top 6. Qian felt somewhat dazed. It seemed he had truly been tricked by the system, he had returned to the past, not a parallel world. Forget it, so what if I was tricked? This is fine too. If I really can't make it on my own, I can always go seek refuge with them. Qian calmed his mind. If only I had known about this sooner. Qian thought. The period when he possessed Qian Runshui was exactly the time before he had awakened his past life memories. And his parents' whereabouts had become unknown when he was 4 years old. If he had known earlier, Qian could have had Qian Runshui capture his parents, at least ensuring their safety. But now, Qian had missed this opportunity. Although Qian didn't have deep feelings for them, they were still his parents in this life, and he couldn't just ignore them. Qian shook his head, not dwelling on it. What was missed was missed. He turned and entered the city, bought several pieces of whale glue at the auction house, spending all the ill-gotten gains he had obtained from the bandits over a year ago. After purchasing daily necessities, Qian returned to his territory and began cultivating. Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, Zhu family. A young girl was packing her things. She wore black tight combat clothes that perfectly highlighted her fiery figure. Her cold little face did not detract from her stunning beauty, rather, it made people more inclined to feel a desire to conquer her. Oh, my dear sister, where are you going? Just then, a girl wearing the same tight outfit appeared behind her. The two looked 6 or 7 parts alike, but the difference was that one looked cold and elegant, while the other looked passionate and charming. The cold-faced girl ignored the woman behind her. After finishing packing, she left the room. Zhu Zuqing, have your wings hardened, huh? You don't even greet your older sister when you see her. Are you going to hunt spirit beasts to break through rank 20? Call me your dear sister, and maybe I can help you hunt spirit beasts. Zhu Zuqing still didn't respond and walked out on her own accord. HMPH, how ungrateful. She was betrothed to such a piece of trash, yet she still thinks she has a chance to win. Zhu Zuqing turned her head and glared stubbornly at her sister. Why the attitude? Am I wrong? Your fiancé ran away over a year ago, and you still think you can win? I, your older sister, am about to join the Star Luo Royal Academy and begin cultivating a martial soul fusion skill with the first prince. Do you still think you can win? Why don't you give up on the fight for the heir position? I, Zhu Zuyun, will do my best to ensure your safety. Zhu Zuqing said faintly, a daughter of the Zhu family will not give up easily. If that person truly is trash, I will kill him, and then commit suicide to accompany him in death. After speaking, Zhu Zuqing left the Zhu family mansion and headed towards the nearby spirit beast forest. Zhu Zuyun watched Zhu Zuqing disappear from her sight, stamping her foot in anger. Night fell. After cultivating until exhaustion, Qitian lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In his own forest, any unusual disturbance would wake him, so he could sleep peacefully. In a trance, Qitian suddenly heard the roar of a spirit beast. Why is there an animal spirit beast nearby? Qitian was startled and quickly got up. But as soon as he stood up, Qitian felt something was wrong. His body felt clumsy, and his chest seemed to be weighed down by a heavy object, making it hard to breathe. Qitian rubbed his chest and realized that his pectoral muscles had turned into two large doughy masses. Who am I possessing now? Qitian immediately sensed his spirit, which was an all-black civet. This spirit was very famous. Qitian, who had read many theoretical books in Spirit Hall, recognized it instantly. Hell Civet. Is this the Star Luo Zhu family? Chapter 63, The Cold Outside, Warm Inside Zhu Zuqing. A daughter of the Zhu family, is it Zhu Zuqing? Or Zhu Zuyun? Qitian speculated. He was currently hiding in a cave, and the beast roars were coming from not far outside the cave. Judging by the sound of the roars, it should be a tiger-type spirit beast. What kind of start is this? Qitian hurriedly moved his hands and feet, familiarizing himself with this body to prevent dying in the mouth of a spirit beast later. However, Qitian did not rashly leave the cave. What if the spirit beast hadn't discovered him? Who are you? Don't stay silent. Qitian used his soul power to communicate with the owner of this body. Zhu Zuqing stared blankly as her body was occupied, and the other party actually turned around and asked her who she was. Was there any justice left? Who are you? Zhu Zuqing asked coldly. Mental force communication can convey emotions. Qitian naturally sensed her emotions, and his mind automatically converted her words into a cold voice. Not talking, huh? Do you want to be discovered by a spirit beast and die here? Qitian asked. After a while, Zhu Zuqing still didn't answer, so Qitian had to ask again. Is your spirit the Hell Civet of the Star Luo Zhu family? Level 20 spirit power, bone age 10 years old, which young miss of the Zhu family are you? Hearing that he had actually guessed her identity, Zhu Zuqing didn't continue to drag it out. My name is Zhu Zuqing. Who are you? Just as Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, the system prompt for Qitian arrived. Open black lens bracket current mission. Change Zhu Zuqing's destiny, let her live for herself, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket stage reward. Borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth. By using Zhu Zuqing's body to cultivate, spirit power can be fed back to the main body, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, spirit soul contract method. This method can contract a spirit beast as a spirit soul, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mission details. 1. Defeat Zhu Zuyun. 2. Recognize Dai Mubai's true colors and defeat him. 3. Give Zhu Zuqing the belief to break the shackles of fate, close black lens bracket. A spirit soul contract method. Isn't this the thing invented by Huo Yuhao and Electrolux 10,000 years later? Could it be because Zhu Zuqing is an ancestor of Huo Yuhao that there is this reward? Qitian speculated on the pattern of the system's rewards, but this spirit soul contract method was not bad. It could enhance a spirit master's strength. Zhu Zuqing, you came here to hunt a spirit beast, right? Do you know where this is? Qitian asked. This is the White Tiger Forest. The place where the Star Luo royal family keeps spirit beasts in captivity. White Tiger Forest. Qitian breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a place where they kept spirit beasts in captivity, the spirit beasts here would at most be a few hundred years old. He didn't need to be afraid at all. Since I have taken over your body, I will help you out. What kind of spirit beast spirit ring do you want? Qitian asked. Zhu Zuqing was still very wary of Qitian and refused. I don't need your help, get out of my body quickly. Leave your body. I can, but I have to wait a day. This wasn't something he could control, Qitian thought to himself. Zhu Zuqing had sensory perception of the body but could not control it, just like sleep paralysis. She had no choice but to watch helplessly. Fine, your spirit is the hell civet, let me find you a cat-type spirit beast. Qian said. He wanted to try if absorbing a spirit ring using Zhu Zuqing's body could bring one level of spirit power back to his own main body. If it worked, he would make a huge profit. This level of spirit power could save him several months of hard cultivation. If it were before his spirit evolved, he would have needed a year of hard cultivation to break through to this level of spirit power. Don't mess around. Zhu Zuqing was a little panicked. The Zhu family had a legacy, the first few spirit rings were all fixed. And this forest also raised many such spirit beasts. Seeing Qian walking towards the outside of the cave, she hurriedly said, "Our Hell Civet Spirit's second spirit ability is always Nether 100 Claws. The Nether 100 Claws spirit ability requires the spirit ring of a Ghost Claw Civet spirit beast." Zhu Zuqing said. Qian thought about it. This spirit beast was indeed suitable for Zhu Zuqing, so he didn't object and prepared to help her hunt the spirit beast according to her requirements. After leaving the cave, it was still late at night. Fortunately, the moonlight was like frost, and a cat's vision at night was quite good, so he wouldn't be affected. That tiger-type spirit beast had already left, and Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want any extra complications. "Little girl, do you know where the Ghost Claw Civet gathering place is?" Qian asked. In this kind of forest where spirit beasts were kept in captivity, they should have thoroughly explored it, so it was impossible for her not to know where the spirit beast she needed was. Fearing that Qian would absorb a random spirit ring, Zhu Zuqing had no choice but to show Qian the way. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing noticed that Qian was actually using her body to move quickly through the forest with extreme proficiency. Moreover, Qian didn't seem to be using his spirit, or even using any spirit power, yet his speed was not slow at all. How did he do that? Zhu Zuqing composed herself and carefully felt Qian's method of exerting force. He can even exert force like this? Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in wonder. She didn't know that Qian possessed a body martial soul and could control and sense every part of his body. After more than a year of cultivation, Qian had thoroughly understood his body's muscles. He had his own experience on how to exert force for speed and how to exert force for power. As long as he wanted to, he could even figure out the force exertion method and cultivation method of the Clear Sky sects. Disorder-splitting wind hammer method. Possessing Zhu Zuqing's body, he unconsciously used this method of exerting force. If it were his own body, he could be even faster and stronger because he could mobilize the qi and blood power of his true dragon physique talent. Under the support of qi and blood power, his physical body strength in combat was no weaker than his combat with spirit power. In just this short while, Zhu Zuqing didn't repel Qian's possession as much, because she felt she could learn quite a few things. After a long time, the moon set in the west, and the east began to turn white. At this time, it was when the ghost civets were most relaxed. After a night of hunting, they were about to start entering their nests to rest. Qian was using Zhu Zuqing's body, although the spirit power and body were much weaker. But his soul power had all been brought over. With his soul, he sensed that a spirit beast was hiding in an old tree hole not far away. That spirit beast was exactly the ghost claw civet that Zhu Zuqing was looking for. It was cleaning its fur, tidying up the bloodstains from hunting. Zhu Zuqing also followed Qian's line of sight and saw half of the spirit beast's body exposed. The ghost claws are 2.5 inches long, it's a 500-year-old spirit beast. Zhu Zuqing reminded. Qian nodded. Zhu Zuqing had done her homework well, this spirit beast was just right for her. She hadn't consumed whale gum, nor had she specifically tempered her physical body, so being able to absorb a 500-year spirit ring was already quite good. Tell me its weaknesses. Qian tested her. Zhu Zuqing thought for a moment and said, its speed is very fast, and the penetrating power of its ghost claws is very strong. However, it likes to sleep during the day, and it is very afraid of getting dirty. I have prepared a bucket of dirty water in my spirit tool. Zhu Zuqing said. Qian nodded. Good, we will act as soon as the sky lights up. Chapter 64, Absorbing a Spirit Ring, One Soul, Two Bodies. Qian crouched not far from the large tree, waiting for the ghost claw civet to fall asleep. His soul perception was sharp, allowing him to sense the movements inside the tree hollow. Once the ghost claw civet fell asleep, Qian would make his move. The east was gradually brightening, and the dew in the forest increased, making everything damp. The ghost claw civet spirit beasts did not like this environment. Before long, the ghost claw civet finished cleaning the stains off its body and crawled completely into the tree hollow. The opportunity has arrived. Qian waited a moment, then took out a bucket of sewage and a sharp short sword. It stinks. Although the bucket was sealed, one could still smell the foul stench when close to it. Hearing Qian's words, Zhu Zuqing felt a bit embarrassed. But there was no other way. She had been promised to Dai Mubai by her family and had entered the Dai family's GU raising mode. The family would not intervene to help them, everything depended on their own ability to fight for survival. Zhu Zuqing only had one offensive spirit ability, making it difficult for her to hunt spirit beasts alone, so she had to exploit the spirit beast's weakness and prepare a bucket of sewage. Yet, she never expected that while she was hunting the spirit beast, she would be subjected to possession by Qian. This was truly mortifying, but fortunately, she could not control her body at the moment, otherwise, she certainly would not have been able to maintain her cold, detached demeanor. I hope what he said is true. Zhu Zuqing silently hoped. As long as Qian left her body tomorrow, no one would know what she had done. It's all that coward's fault, otherwise, why would I be unable to find anyone to help me hunt spirit beasts? Dai Mubai's behavior as a deserter directly caused some factions to abandon the combination of Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai. Naturally, those factions would not provide any help to Zhu Zuqing. Even the teachers at the Spirit Master Academy made excuses to avoid helping, fearing that Dai Wuxi would settle scores with them after he ascended to the throne. Qian slowly approached the spirit beast, refraining from using his spirit to prevent his spirit power fluctuations from waking it. Relying on his control over his muscles, he quickly and silently approached the thick, ancient tree. Qian threw with force, landing the bucket of sewage directly at the entrance of the tree hollow. The immense force shattered the bucket, releasing a foul stench, followed by a chilling, miserable cat's cry. Did that count as a critical hit? Qian held his breath to avoid being affected by the stench, then activated martial soul possession. He immediately felt his body become incredibly soft and flexible, like a cat, capable of performing various high-difficulty movements. Under the effects of the cat ears and cat tail from martial soul possession, Qian's perception became sharper and his reactions faster. Not a bad spirit, Qian mentally praised. Just then, the spirit beast that had been resting in the tree hollow rushed out. It was a completely black ghost claw civet. Its claws glinted with a ghostly light, emitting a sharp aura. Hiss! The spirit beast roared, but instead of rushing at Qian immediately, it fled toward a clean spot to shake off its fur. How could Qian let such an opportunity slip by? The first spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. Hell Rush Stab. In front of an agility attack system battle spirit master, leaving one's back exposed to the opponent was a very unwise choice. Qian infused his short sword with the spirit power of Hell Rush Stab and stabbed the spirit beast. Meow tilde, the ghost claw civet let out another miserable cry. It was unclear whether it was from pain or because it was disgusted that its fur had been stained by blood. After landing the strike, Qian immediately tensed up, preparing to deal with its counterattack. Sure enough, it turned and swung its claws, unleashing a dozen claw shadows, each one a genuine attack. Qian raised his short sword, channeling his spirit power to parry its claws. Fortunately, it had been injured first, and Qian managed to block all dozen claw strikes. Even so, Qian still suffered a minor injury due to the penetrating nature of its attacks. Enduring the pain, Qian seized the gap between its skills and activated his spirit ability, Hell Rush Stab, once more. His body transformed into a black shadow as he drove his short sword directly into its throat, ending its life. Phew tilde. Having successfully killed the spirit beast, both Qian and Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as his mind relaxed, Qian suddenly sensed a trace of a spirit power aura that felt similar to his own. This aura was extremely similar to Zhu Zuqing's, skilled at concealing itself. The spirit power rank was not high, but it was still over rank 30. He frowned. Was he being followed? Was it Zhu Zuyun, or someone else from the Zhu family? A deep yellow spirit ring manifested over the spirit beast's corpse. Forget it. If they wanted to kill me, they could have acted long ago. They are likely here to protect Zhu Zuqing, Qian thought. Qian prepared himself and began to absorb the spirit ring. The first 2 spirit rings for disciples of such prominent families had long been tested countless times by their predecessors and were the most suitable for them. Zhu Zuqing's spirit had not mutated like Yu Shaoqing's, so it was naturally better to cultivate according to the family's experience. Regarding her first 2 spirit rings, the only aspect that could be improved was the age of the spirit ring. However, no matter how much he boosted it for her, she could not absorb a 1000-year spirit ring to achieve a qualitative change. Thus, Qian did not overcomplicate things and simply let Zhu Zuqing absorb this spirit ring, aiming to first let her achieve a breakthrough to Spirit Grandmaster. As for future cultivation, he could potentially have her absorb the spirit ring of a dark demonic evil god tiger to see if it could cause her spirit to evolve. Spirit evolution was indeed a real and feasible possibility. Dugu Bo's Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor and Ma Hongjun's 10-headed Phoenix had both evolved their spirits because they absorbed high-quality spirit rings. The spirit ring's energy surged into Qian's body, and he familiarly tamed and absorbed it. As for the pain caused by the spirit ring's energy impacting his body, he was long accustomed to it. Over an hour later, a wave of spirit power emanated from Zhu Zuqing's body. She had successfully achieved a breakthrough to rank 21, becoming a Spirit Grandmaster. With rank 7 innate spirit power, reaching rank 20 in 4 years, an average of 3 ranks per year, she had already caught up to Tang San's cultivation speed. Qian stood up as his wounds healed and the blood scabs fell off. With his powerful soul perception, he sensed that the person hiding in the shadows had also retreated at this moment. So they really were here to protect Zhu Zuqing. Qian thought. The eastern sky was bright, and the sun was about to rise. Just then, another image suddenly appeared before Qian. He opened his eyes on the bed, and his wooden hut came into view. What is this? 1 soul, 2 bodies. Qian suddenly realized that he was actually controlling 2 bodies. One was his own, and the other was Zhu Zuqing's. System, are you there? Qian called out in his mind, but the damn system did not respond. Although his soul was stronger than that of an average spirit master of the same rank, it was still limited, and controlling 2 bodies simultaneously was somewhat strenuous. However, it was not without its benefits. Qian felt that his soul could be trained through this experience. Chapter 65, Helping Her Bathe, Picking Up a Treasure. Could it be because Zhu Zuqing, whom I'm currently possessing, is in the same time and space as me, so I have to control 2 bodies? Unfortunately, the system did not provide an answer. While Qian was slowly adapting to the difficulty of operating 2 bodies, Zhu Zuqing's cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Thank you. Qian perked up and said, You're welcome. Just point the way, and we'll leave the forest and go home. Can we stay here for 1 night and go back tomorrow? Zhu Zuqing asked. Huh, why? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing hesitated, saying, I'm so dirty, I want to get clean before going back. Qian was stunned, not expecting her to want to delay returning for such a reason. He looked down and saw that he was indeed a bit dirty. His clothes were stained with the smell of sewage and his own blood, and his sleeves had been torn in many places by the spirit beast from earlier. So, Zhu Zuqing is actually like a cat, also fond of cleanliness. That's simple. I'll just help you wash up. Qian remembered seeing a hidden small pond while traveling through the forest last night, which was suitable for washing. Thinking of that place, Qian immediately set off. It wasn't far anyway. Ah, no. Zhu Zuqing protested loudly. The thought of a demon possessing her helping her bathe was unacceptable. Even if the ghost possessing her was female, she would find it hard to accept, let alone not knowing Qian's gender. If you don't want to, then just point the way, and we'll go back to the city first. Qian said. He was still adapting to one soul and two bodies, his CPU wasn't enough for now, and he didn't want to stay in the spirit beast forest. If he encountered a spirit beast attack, he would have to stop cultivating his main body, which would be more trouble than it was worth. When Zhu Zuqing heard that she would have to return to the city in such a disheveled state and maintain it all day, she was again unwilling. Before long, Qian had found a water source. He didn't dally. After confirming there was no danger, he jumped straight in, letting the pond water cover his body. At this point, he began to take off his clothes and wash his body. It must be said that although Zhu Zuqing was not old, her body had developed very maturely. Her figure was excellent, curvaceous like a cat girl, surpassing even some girls in their late teens. The pond water was crystal clear, revealing everything: snow-capped peaks, and a pair of fair and slender legs. At the end of her feet were toes as smooth as jade beads, delicate and flexible. Qian, with one soul and two bodies, felt nothing as if he was looking at his own body here. However, the image synchronized with his main body, causing his blood circulation to speed up a bit. It was a strange experience. As Qian washed his body, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Zhu Zuqing's heart. Although she was using her own hands to bathe, she felt as if she was being touched by a stranger. It was like scratching an itch. Scratching it yourself and having someone else scratch it were two different sensations. Some of Qian's techniques made Zhu Zuqing's soul tremble slightly. This feeling, could this demon possessing me be a man? Zhu Zuqing felt a bit ashamed, but she couldn't stop it. She could only silently endure it, waiting for him to leave tomorrow. After a long while, Qian finally came ashore, took out a set of clothes from his spirit tool, and changed into them, looking completely refreshed. Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, then began to guide Qian back to the city. Outside the city walls of Douluo City was not a wilderness, but a society like another small city. There were inns, restaurants, pharmacies, and everything covering food, clothing, housing, and transportation, making it more like a city than an ordinary small town. As Qian passed by a small general store, he suddenly saw something familiar. As that, whale glue. As expected of the imperial capital, to find such a good thing in a general store. Qian exclaimed. However, this piece of whale glue was weathered and black. If Qian hadn't been familiar with its smell, he probably would have missed it. It was placed with fish maw and sold as a side dish. "Boss, how much for this fish maw?" Qian asked, picking up the whale glue. The general store owner glanced at Qian's attire, immediately had a rough idea, extended a hand, and spread his 5 fingers. "This much." Qian feigned ignorance. 5 gold coins. "That's too expensive, isn't it?" "Little girl, I'm talking about 500 gold coins." The general store owner said. 500 gold coins. For a black, grimy thing, you want 500 gold coins. Qian made a show of putting down the whale glue. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief because he had confirmed that the boss didn't know what this black, grimy thing was. If he knew it was whale glue, which could strengthen yang, even if the quality wasn't good, he would probably sell it for thousands of gold coins. If he knew it was 10,000-year whale glue, he would probably ask for 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. Although it was several times cheaper than 10,000 years later, at this time, it was an exorbitant price. "Alas, young lady, don't leave. This is fish maw from a spirit beast. It's much more nourishing than ordinary fish maw. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a loss, 300 gold coins, no, 200 gold coins." The boss pleaded. Qian had already made up his mind, but still feigned, 50 gold coins at most. The boss's eyes lit up. "Deal." Such a small piece of fish maw, even if it came from a spirit beast, looked too poor in quality. Selling it for 50 gold coins was already a huge profit for him. Qian happily paid the money and put away this black, grimy, fish maw. He and the boss were happy, but Zhu Zuqing was not. From the moment Qian started helping her bathe, she hadn't spoken much, but now she finally couldn't help but speak. "Why did you buy this useless thing? It's so expensive," Zhu Zuqing said. "Ah, expensive. You're already using a storage spirit tool, are you still short on this much money?" That storage spirit tool alone was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, so how could she be short a few dozen gold coins? That's different, Zhu Zuqing said softly. The spirit tool was given to me by my family. The gold coins are my pocket money saved from when I was little, every coin spent is one less. She was betrothed to the prince and was supposed to receive a monthly stipend, but the prince had run off with all the money, so she had to rely on herself. The thought of Qian spending 5 months of her spirit master subsidy on a useless item made her heartbroken. She didn't know that Dai Mubai was currently using that fund to frequent brothels and support poor twin girls. If she knew, she would probably be even more upset. This is not a useless thing. Qian comforted her. Zhu Zuqing had developed a certain trust in Qian, so she asked, then what is it? This is a piece of whale glue from the brain of a 10,000-year whale spirit beast. 10,000-year whale glue, what's it for? Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, something from a 10,000-year spirit beast must be extraordinary, right? Whale glue has the effect of strengthening yang and fortifying the body. This small piece of whale glue alone can sell for thousands of gold coins. You come from the Star Luo Zhu family, you wouldn't not even know this, would you? Qian explained. Hearing its effect, Zhu Zuqing felt a bit ashamed. Dai Mubai had run off, and no one had taught her this knowledge. But after knowing it could sell for thousands of gold coins, Zhu Zuqing felt that Qian had made a good purchase. Then when are we going to sell it? Qian was a bit helpless. Sell what? This thing is for you to eat. It not only has the effect of strengthening yang but also fortifies the body, enhancing your physique. The stronger your physique, the more spirit ring energy you can withstand in the future, allowing you to absorb high-grade spirit rings. Zhu Zuqing fell silent, she had never known any of this. Chapter 66, Parents in This Life. Meeting Zhu Zuyun. Are you telling the truth? Zhu Zuqing had received the best spirit education in the Star Luo Empire, there was no way she wouldn't know what high-quality spirit rings meant. The higher the age of the spirit ring, the stronger the spirit ability. This was especially true for the difference between a 10-year spirit ring and a 100-year spirit ring, and between a 100-year and a 1,000-year spirit ring. Whether it was that whale glue could strengthen the body, or that a strengthened body could absorb higher-aged spirit rings, she had never heard of it before. Naturally, it's true. Besides physical strength, other factors can also affect the age limit of the spirit ring a spirit master can withstand. What factors? Zhu Zuqing's curiosity had been piqued by Qian's words. After a while, Qian finally said, "Why should I tell you?" You. Zhu Zuqing was choked by Qian's words and instantly became speechless. Qian suddenly stopped at this moment, looking intently at a small shop not far away. It was a general store selling daily necessities, mostly woven goods like straw mats, straw shoes, and straw hats. These were nothing, but what made Qian pay attention was that the owner of the general store felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him. How could he be here? Qian found it somewhat unbelievable. The owner of the small shop was his mother in this life. When Qian was 4 years old and could take care of himself, they suddenly decided to go to the border to do cross-country business, and then there was no news of them. Qian had thought they died at the border, but he never expected them to be in the outer city of the Star Luo Empire's imperial capital. They weren't spirit masters, so how could they have traveled thousands of miles to Star Luo City? Qian was about to go forward and ask, but at this moment, a middle-aged man, with a 5 or 6-year-old boy, returned to the shop. That middle-aged man was his father in this life, named Qi Sheng. My dear, Xiaoming has awakened his spirit. It's an embroidery needle, just like yours, and he has level 1 innate spirit power, so he can cultivate. Qi Sheng's voice was a bit excited. Neither he nor his wife could become spirit masters, so how could they not be happy that their son could cultivate? Really? That's great. Once Xiaoming becomes a spirit master, our family might be able to live in the inner city of Star Luo City. Qian paused, giving up the idea of approaching them. Their family was so happy, he shouldn't go over and disturb them. Moreover, he was currently using Zhu Zuqing's body, even if he went over, they wouldn't recognize him. Not to mention using Zhu Zuqing's body, even if he stood in front of them in his original body, they might not recognize him. Forget it, let's leave it to fate. Qi Tian thought to himself. Knowing that his parents, who had been missing for over 6 years, were alive and well, he had nothing to worry about. His memories before the age of 4 were already blurry, and his affection for them wasn't deep. If fate brought them together in the future, or if they sought his help, he would help if he could. If not, Qi Tian wouldn't deliberately force it. Qi Tian turned around, let Zhu Zuqing lead the way, and headed back home. Could there be a treasure in that small shop too? Zhu Zuqing asked. She was only unable to control her body, but her 5 senses were not missing, so she could also see what Qi Tian saw. Qi Tian shook his head and said, "No, I was mistaken. What treasure could a place selling broken straw mats have?" Zhu Zuqing was thoughtful, she felt that Qi Tian was not being sincere. "HMPH, I'll investigate once he leaves my body." Zhu Zuqing thought. Under Zhu Zuqing's guidance, Qi Tian returned to the Zhu family ancestral land and found his house. This was the house the Zhu family allotted to her, exclusively hers, after she awakened her spirit at 6 years old and decided to participate in the succession battle. "There's someone in your house." Qi Tian frowned, using the spirit to find cover and conceal himself. The Hell Civet spirit was inherently good at hiding, and Qi Tian, now familiar with Zhu Zuqing's spirit, naturally applied this ability. How could that be? Zhu Zuqing was also puzzled. Could it be a teacher from the Zhu family academy? Before Zhu Zuqing could ponder the answer, a tall woman walked out. Her appearance was 6 or 7 parts similar to Zhu Zuqing's, but the woman was more mature and alluring, and her clothes couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. "Zhu Zuyun, why is it her?" Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Ever since she awakened her spirit and their engagement was set, her relationship with this older sister had broken down. Every time they met, Zhu Zuyun would constantly mock her, and she would usually respond with a cold face. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's voice, Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "So this is big." Zhu Zuyun. After sensing her aura, Qi Tian confirmed that the one who had been following Zhu Zuqing in the White Tiger Forest was indeed Zhu Zuyun. This older sister probably had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, fearing something would happen to her younger sister, and had secretly followed to protect her. The Hell Civet spirit was naturally skilled at concealment, so it was normal that Zhu Zuqing hadn't discovered her. After Zhu Zuyun came out, she looked around, seemingly searching for something. Although Zhu Zuqing's spirit power wasn't high, Qi Tian's mental force was strong, so she wasn't discovered. However, Qi Tian didn't plan to hide anymore and directly left the cover, appearing before Zhu Zuyun. "Sister." Qi Tian greeted her blandly, mimicking Zhu Zuqing's tone. Zhu Zuyun was stunned. "What did you call me?" It had been a long time since she had heard that sister. As they grew older, the relationship between her and her younger sister became increasingly tense, and she felt as if she was about to completely lose her sister. This was the fate of a direct daughter of the Zhu family, to participate in the Dai family imperial struggle, ultimately leading to sisters turning against each other, and family becoming enemies. Zhu Zuyun still had a hint of care for her younger sister because she believed she had an absolute certainty of victory and didn't take her sister seriously. Precisely because she felt she would definitely win, she wanted more, such as sisterly affection. Now, hearing Zhu Zuqing call her sister, she felt she hadn't done anything wrong. At this time, Zhu Zuyun had not yet gotten together with Dai Wuxi, nor had she been too deeply influenced by his royal family has no qian ideology. Given the huge disparity in strength, she wanted to reconcile with her younger sister. "Sister, why are you here?" Qi Tian said blandly. No sooner had he spoken than a cold snort echoed in his mind from Zhu Zuqing, clearly indicating her unwillingness to call her sister. Zhu Zuyun reined in her smile. "Why am I here?" "Of course, to see if my useless sister is still alive." "I didn't expect you to come back alive and even successfully break through. Consider yourself lucky. However, I'm already level 35. Even if you break through to Spirit Grandmaster, you're no match for me. I'll say it again, give up early, and when Dai Wuxi becomes Crown Prince, I can spare your life." How dare she? Zhu Zuqing was practically fuming in Qi Tian's mind. But Qi Tian wasn't particularly angry. Instead, he said blandly, "Then thank you for your sisterly care. HMPH, good that you know. You'd best look out for yourself." Zhu Zuyun narrowed her eyes, forcibly suppressing the urge for her lips to curl up, and turned to leave Zhu Zuqing's house. Chapter 67, Brainwashing Zhu Zuqing in Reverse. Why are you so polite to her? Zhu Zuqing watched Zhu Zuyun leave, but she couldn't control her body from bickering with her, and she was furious. Qi Tian asked with a smile, "Isn't this good?" Zhu Zuqing blurted out, "Of course not, she is our enemy in the succession battle 6 years from now. If I lose, I'll be put under house arrest at best, and killed by them at worst. Since we are enemies, why should we be so polite to her?" Qi Tian shook his head and said, "No, you are not enemies, you are blood sisters. You were drawn into the internal struggles of the Dai family, which led to sisters turning against each other and familial affection growing thin. I think you should unite and resist the Dai family together. That way, the future direct daughters of the Zhu family won't have to suffer like you." Zhu Zuqing was only 9 years old. Since awakening her spirit at 6, she had been instilled with different values. With Qi Tian's prompting, she suddenly realized that her relationship with her older sister wasn't bad before she awakened her spirit. Everything changed when she awakened her spirit at 6, was found to have level 7 innate spirit power, and was noticed by the Dai family. Everyone around her told her that her mission was to help Dai Mubai contend for the position of crown prince. But this has always been the fate of our Zhu family, hasn't it? Zhu Zuqing said, lost in thought. Just because it's always been this way, does that make it right? Qi Tian asked. Qi Tian entered Zhu Zuqing's house, closed the courtyard gate, and inspected the layout of her home. Zhu Zuqing was silent for a long while before saying, "But the Dai family has the White Tiger martial soul, which can be used with ours to perform a martial soul fusion skill. Only by performing a martial soul fusion skill can we have the strength to contend with titled Douluo and establish ourselves on the Douluo continent." She had been educated this way for several years, so her worldview couldn't be easily changed by Qi Tian. She was still trying to find justifications for her actions. Qi Tian went to her kitchen, preparing to light a fire to melt the whale glue, and continued to persuade her. Then why doesn't the Zhu family seize power instead of being vassals of the Dai family? Qi Tian asked. Zhu Zuqing explained, because our martial soul fusion skill is dominated by the Dai family's White Tiger martial soul. That's simple. As long as you break through to titled Douluo, can't you change this fate? If the Dai family isn't willing to be your Zhu family's vassals, then kill all the male descendants of the Dai family and let them experience what your Zhu family has endured. Qi Tian said with murderous intent. It was fine for the Dai family to make their own children turn against each other for the sake of raising Gu. But they didn't need to drag the Zhu family into it. The royal family could completely let the princes decide the position of crown prince, and then marry a Zhu family daughter to them as the crown princess. This way, the fate of the Zhu family's direct daughters wouldn't be so tragic. From Zhu Zuqing's perspective, Qi Tian felt that the Dai family was too unfair. How could the Zhu family not resist this? Zhu Zuqing fell silent. She was still young, and her thoughts could still be changed. She was now pondering the logic in Qi Tian's words. Qi Tian was not in a hurry. He planned to slowly cultivate Zhu Zuqing's mindset, giving her the belief to break free from the shackles of fate. This fire isn't strong enough. Qi Tian blew on the fire, trying to soften the whale glue. After a long while, the whale glue slowly softened, its black color receding as its colloidal structure reorganized, allowing light to pass through. The black whale glue transformed into a softened, clear yellow whale glue. Qi Tian picked up the scalding whale glue and put it into his mouth. An indescribable fishy smell made one want to vomit. The scalding soft glue could even burn the esophagus. Fortunately, Qi Tian was already used to it and could forcefully swallow the whale glue, but Zhu Zuqing couldn't. It was the first time she had eaten something so unpalatable. It was fishy, smelly, and hot. Her thoughts were interrupted. So hard to eat, Zhu Zuqing said bitterly. She felt that if she were in control of her body, she might have already thrown up. Is the effect of this thing really that good? Zhu Zuqing asked. Of course. Taking this piece of whale glue can at least increase the lifespan of your third spirit ring by 200 years. Qian communicated with Zhu Zuqing through his soul while swallowing the whale glue. Moreover, a spirit master who has consumed whale glue will have a stronger body than ordinary spirit masters. You might even be able to fight above your rank then. After a while, the medicinal effects of the whale glue began to take hold. Zhu Zuqing felt her whole body heat up, and a strange sensation arose within her. Somehow, she recalled Qian helping her bathe that morning, and that feeling seemed to reappear. Qian was already accustomed to this feeling. He went directly into the courtyard, preparing to utilize the medicinal effects. Start exercising while the medicinal effect is strongest. He synchronized with his main body, beginning to temper his body and strengthen his physique. He was becoming more and more proficient in the state of one soul, two bodies. However, his main body had the sea-calming divine pearl to increase its load, while Zhu Zuqing here could only do some simple exercises. I wonder if the weight of the sea-calming divine pearl can also be added to Zhu Zuqing. Qian fantasized. Qian tried to communicate with the sea-calming divine pearl to test the feasibility of this method. He had initially refined the sea-calming divine pearl, and this pearl was already bound to his soul. Just as Qian thought about it, he suddenly felt that a phantom image of a sea-calming divine pearl had appeared in his clone soul. This is a phantom image reflected by the sea-calming divine pearl. Qian confirmed. Let's test its effect. Qian input a wisp of spirit power to increase its weight. Suddenly, Qian felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a large rock. It's effective. Qian utilized the effect of the sea-calming divine pearl to temper his body until he was exhausted, then he returned to his room to rest. At this point, Zhu Zuqing finally no longer had that strange feeling. She composed herself, trying not to let her thoughts wander, and then asked, "Are you saying that I also have a chance to break through to titled Douluo?" The Dai and Zhu families had been passed down for countless generations, yet there was no record of anyone breaking through to titled Douluo. But Qian's various actions gave her hope. If she could break through to titled Douluo, perhaps she really could break the fate of the Zhu family. Of course you can. You have level 7 and 8 spirit power, which is already the potential for a titled Douluo. 10,000 years later, level 7 and 8 spirit power could indeed be considered the potential for a titled Douluo. However, at present, spirit cultivation was not advanced enough, there wasn't even the spirit core cultivation method. For Zhu Zuqing to break through to titled Douluo, she would still need to work incredibly hard. Really? Zhu Zuqing was a little excited, but soon deflated. Unfortunately, I only have 6 years. Who said you only have 6 years? Qian said. When the time comes, you can hide in the Heaven Do Empire first. Can the Star Luo Empire's reach extend all the way to the Heaven Do Empire? Even if you have nowhere to hide, as long as you join the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo royal family wouldn't dare touch you. Qian said. Zhu Zuqing pondered. If there was hope of breaking through to titled Douluo, she could indeed hide first. If Dai Mubai could hide, she naturally could too. After breaking through to titled Douluo, she would return to Star Luo and help the Zhu family break their fate. Chapter 68. The wonderful use of a divine tool, item teleportation. It is difficult to change a person's thoughts. Zhu Zuqing had been brainwashed for several years, so Qian didn't expect immediate success, but rather a gradual change in her. Then can you guide me and tell me how to break through to titled Douluo? Zhu Zuqing asked. Qian thought for a moment and said, yes, but you must follow all my arrangements. Zhu Zuqing agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll listen to you. The allure of breaking through to titled Douluo was simply too great for a spirit master. But didn't you say you would leave my body tomorrow? Qian smiled. I can leave, and I can naturally return. You. Zhu Zuqing felt deceived. She had thought that after Qian left tomorrow, he wouldn't come back. Qian said, after I leave tomorrow, go find your sister and restore your sisterly relationship. If you can do that, I can teach you a cultivation method when I return. He was referring to mysterious heaven skill. Cultivating mysterious heaven skill involved the body's meridians, making it more advanced than the current meditation methods. Cultivating with mysterious heaven skill would make spirit power more condensed and could also open the 8 extraordinary meridians and achieve the 3 flowers gathering at the peak. Even countless years later, God King Tang discovered that mysterious heaven skill could absorb bloodline power. In short, this cultivation method was versatile. Chuckles. Zhu Zuqing felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. It had been 4 years since she broke with Zhu Zuyun, and she now didn't know how to get along with her. Qian naturally knew that Zhu Zuqing's mindset was difficult to change. He did this, firstly, to give Zhu Zuqing a better childhood, even though she looked mature beyond her years. Secondly, to mold her thoughts and make her obey him. After a long while, Zhu Zuqing finally said, "Okay, I promise you, I'll go find sister tomorrow." For titled Douluo, she would give it her all. Upon hearing this, Qian no longer paid attention to her, but instead began to study his divine tool, the sea-calming divine pearl. He had 1 soul and 2 bodies. His main body was currently cultivating spirit power, while this one was studying the sea-calming divine pearl. Does this phantom have other effects? Qian wondered. His spirit power sensed that within the sea-calming divine pearl, there were the 4 vast seas, which could evolve into all the worlds. Since there's space inside, it should be able to store things. Qian thought to himself. He had his main body take a gold coin from a spirit tool and put it into the sea-calming divine pearl. The sea-calming divine pearl, like a spirit tool, absorbed his gold coin. Qian used his spirit power to explore the phantom of the sea-calming divine pearl in his split soul, and then tried to retrieve something from it. He flipped his slender jade hand, and a gold coin appeared in Zhu Zuqing's hand. This is spatial teleportation, Qian thought, pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect the sea-calming divine pearl to have such a wonderful use. Couldn't I have Zhu Zuqing go on adventures and send the spoils of war to my main body? How could I think like that? Qian spat. However, this function could indeed be utilized. He and Zhu Zuqing were both a bit short on money right now, and with one in Luo City and the other in Sylve City, couldn't they start a logistics business? Or even more directly, could they become transnational merchants? Still too vulgar. Qian sighed. Doing business takes too much time. He still needed to cultivate. If he wanted to make money, he should earn it in the Great Spirit Arena, where he could both cultivate spirit abilities and earn money. Since items can be teleported, can living creatures be teleported? Can people be teleported? Qian wondered. Within the sea-calming divine pearl, it was not a space like a storage spirit tool, but a world. Although this world was only in its embryonic form and required Qian to refine and sacrifice it for the sea-calming divine pearl to take shape, it should still be able to temporarily hold living creatures, right? Qian's main body quickly got up and went outside the forest to catch an ordinary rabbit. He used his spirit power to activate the sea-calming divine pearl and took the rabbit in. Living creatures consume much more spirit power than inanimate objects. Qian sensed. After taking in the rabbit, Qian immediately had the split soul on Zhu Zuqing's side input spirit power into the phantom of the sea-calming divine pearl to take the rabbit out. It's still alive. Qian was overjoyed. Since the rabbit could survive, could people survive too? With this ability, wouldn't he be able to teleport away directly in the future? He would have an extra way to escape. However, this method might expose the fact that he possessed a divine tool, so it shouldn't be used lightly. Zhu Zuqing was currently enduring muscle soreness when she suddenly saw a rabbit appear on the bed. How did a rabbit get here? Zhu Zuqing was stunned. She couldn't perceive the phantom of the sea-calming divine pearl in Qian's soul, so from her perspective, the rabbit had appeared out of thin air. Who cares where it came from? I'm hungry after exercising all day. This rabbit is so fat and has a lot of meat, it must be delicious. Let's eat rabbit tonight. Qian lay down for a while, and the soreness in his muscles lessened. He then went to the courtyard to kill the rabbit and cook. Zhu Zuqing couldn't quite keep up with Qian's train of thought, but the roasted rabbit meat smelled truly delicious. After dinner, Qian had his main body teleport over another batch of medicinal herbs and prepared a barrel of medicinal bath water. What is this? Zhu Zuqing asked. This is a medicinal bath formula I obtained from Spirit Hall. Soaking in it can relieve body fatigue and prevent hidden injuries from overexercising. I'll write the prescription for you later. You can get the herbs yourself from now on, but you must not leak it, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing finally confirmed that Qian hadn't lied to her and that he could really help her cultivate such a precious prescription, and he just gave it away. He was too generous, wasn't he? For a moment, she didn't even think about how these medicinal herbs came to be. Are you from Spirit Hall? Can you tell me your identity? Although his prescription came from Spirit Hall, it actually originated from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the #1 beast spirit in the world. Qian pondered for a moment, then said mischievously, "You can call me Elder Yao." Elder Yao. Zhu Zuqing felt a little shy. That name sounds like a man, right? Few women call themselves Elder Yao. So, she was seen naked by an old man. And touched all over. Thinking of these things, Zhu Zuqing expected to feel disgusted. But she didn't, perhaps because she didn't sense an old man's aura in Qian's words or actions. At this moment, the medicinal bath water was ready. Qian checked the doors and windows, took off his clothes, and then walked over, lifting his jade foot and stepping into the bathtub. Here we go again. Zhu Zuqing felt a mix of emotions, wanting to stop him, but also not wanting to waste this barrel of medicinal water. Forget it, let's just pretend I've been touched by a ghost. The medicinal bath quickly took effect, and Zhu Zuqing immediately felt the muscle soreness alleviate. If she were controlling her own body, she would have cried out in comfort. Chapter 69, The Third Spirit Ring, Sisters Reconcile. A day passed, and Qian's split soul left Zhu Zuqing's body, merging back into one. This time, he clearly felt a surge of spirit power appear out of thin air and pour into his body. This was the spirit power Zhu Zuqing gained from absorbing her spirit ring and breaking through. After Qian absorbed it, his spirit power also broke through from level 29 to level 30. Level 30. I didn't hit a bottleneck. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew he wouldn't get stuck at level 29.5 like Yu Shaogang and be unable to break through, he still felt a little worried. The problem Qian faced now was whether to absorb a spirit ring first to break through to level 30, or to temper himself further. His current body was strong enough, but his mental force was insufficient, making him unlikely to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year spirit ring. I should break through to level 30 first. Qian thought to himself. A third spirit ring above 10,000 years could not be forced, unless a 100,000-year spirit beast was willing to sacrifice itself for him. After Qian made his decision, he walked towards the blue-silver forest, which was more than 10 miles away. There were many plant spirit beasts there, all suitable to become his spirit ring. Why are you here again? He arrived unimpeded before the Blue-Silver King and woke it from its slumbering cultivation. Blue-Silver King, I've reached level 30 and need to absorb a spirit ring. Qian stated confidently. The higher his cultivation level, the greater the chance he had of bringing the Blue-Silver Emperor back for the Blue-Silver King, so the Blue-Silver King would definitely help him. Sigh. Human, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The Blue-Silver King sighed. It had never seen such a shameless human spirit master. Human spirit masters need to kill spirit beasts to break through bottlenecks, which is why humans and spirit beasts are naturally hostile. But Qian came to it asking for a spirit ring. Was this right? Blue-Silver King, you should be happy that my strength is growing so quickly. The seed of the Blue-Silver Emperor is in the hands of a titled Douluo. If my strength is too low, I won't be able to rescue the Blue-Silver Emperor at all. Qian was fearless. He had a divine tool on him, and if he activated it fully, even the Blue-Silver King would have to respond cautiously. Moreover, he had grasped the Blue-Silver King's weak spot, the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver King had a long lifespan, so Qian's growth time was nothing to it. Therefore, it could wait for Qian to grow and rescue the Blue-Silver Emperor. In the end, the Blue-Silver King compromised. Your body should be able to withstand a 10,000-year spirit ring, but your mental force is insufficient. I'll find you a spirit beast that is close to 10,000 years old. After the blue-silver king finished speaking, it fell silent, as if it had fallen asleep. But Qian perceived its blue-silver domain covering the entire blue-silver forest, seemingly helping Qian search for a suitable spirit beast. After a long while, the blue-silver king spoke again. In the canyon west of the forest, there is a mutated sky blue vine close to 10,000 years old. Go find it. However, its intelligence is low, but its aggression is very high. Whether you can kill it depends on you. Qian nodded. Thank you, Blue-Silver King. After speaking, he headed west and found the canyon the Blue-Silver King had mentioned. A sky blue vine coiled upon a massive rock in the canyon, its appearance surprisingly resembling a coiling dragon. Its vines resembled a dragon's body, the roots exposed and gripping the boulder looked like dragon claws, and the crown looked like a dragon's head. Luerlong's fire dragon martial soul resembled an yinglong, whereas this mutated sky blue vine was coiled in the shape of an azure dragon. The Blue-Silver King certainly knows how to pick spirit beasts. Qian thought to himself. Qian didn't hold back. He immediately released his blue-silver domain, letting it spread out, and emitted the aura of his Blue-Silver King martial soul. Simultaneously, Qian's second spirit ring flashed beneath his feet, and the Blue-Silver Overlord spear began charging up. Although his spirit was not the Blue-Silver Emperor, as the king among blue-silver grass, it had a certain suppressive effect on ordinary plant spirit beasts. Since this sky blue vine had not yet broken the 10,000-year limit, it would also be suppressed by Qian. Qian's actions enraged the sky blue vine. It released the boulder, and a green radiance shone on its body. The entire vine actually transformed into a wood dragon and charged toward Qian. The blue-silver overlord spear in Qian's hand was fully charged as well. He thrust it out, directly shattering the wood dragon formed by the sky blue vine. Vine leaves, like dragon whiskers, fluttered to the ground, but the vine itself was not seriously damaged. What a powerful plant spirit beast! It actually withstood my charged attack. Qian was surprised. His second spirit ring was also from a 1,000-year spirit beast, but he was at a slight disadvantage in terms of spirit power. After probing, Qian saw where its core lay. Its vitality was not gathered in the wood dragon's head, but in the roots of the sky blue vine at the tail end. Having suffered a hidden loss, the sky blue vine gathered the wood dragon again, intent on crashing into Qian. But Qian directly took out the divine tool, the sea-calming divine pearl, infused them with spirit power, and swept them toward the spot where the sky blue vine's vitality gathered. Instantly, the sea-calming divine pearl emitted a 5-colored radiance, obscuring all prying eyes within the canyon. The sea-calming divine pearl carried immense power and headed toward the roots of the sky blue vine pressed beneath the massive rock. With a poof, the sky blue vine snapped immediately. The place where it stored its vitality was destroyed. Qian seized the opportunity while it was weakened, using blue-silver grass to pull at its root system. With a strong tug, he yanked out its roots and exposed its tree heart. With the true dragon physique combined with the body martial soul, his strength was already comparable to that of 1,000-year, or even 10,000-year spirit beasts. With its roots pulled out, the sky blue vine had no life left. A deep purple spirit ring emerged. Qian retrieved the sea-calming divine pearl and began absorbing its spirit ring. Zhu clan territory, Zhu Zuyan's residence. Since awakening her spirit at the age of 6, Zhu Zuqing had never visited her older sister, Zhu Zuyan, again. This was the first time in over 4 years that she had come to Zhu Zuyan's residence. As a spirit elder, Zhu Zuyan easily sensed the movement outside the door. Oh, has the sun risen in the west? How did my dear little sister decide to come visit me? Zhu Zuyun asked curiously. Zhu Zuqing's face was cold. Hearing Zhu Zuyan's mocking words, she immediately wanted to retort. But remembering Qian's instructions, she forced herself to hold back from speaking harshly. Sister. Zhu Zuqing managed to call out with difficulty. Zhu Zuyan's eyes lit up, and she felt very pleased by Zhu Zuqing calling her sister. Her attitude softened considerably. Don't just stand there, come in and talk. Zhu Zuqing maintained her usual cool and distant demeanor, but Zhu Zuyun could sense her change. What, have you figured things out and decided to surrender to your sister? Zhu Zuyun asked. Zhu Zuqing was about to shake her head in denial and declare war on Zhu Zuyun. Given her personality, she would never bow down to Zhu Zuyun. But remembering the possibility Qi Tian had mentioned, she held back the words she wanted to say again. However, she couldn't bring herself to soften toward Zhu Zuyun just yet. So Zhu Zuqing remained silent, neither yielding nor declaring war on Zhu Zuyun. She currently only wanted to complete Qi Tian's mission, so she simply kept drinking her tea. Zhu Zuyun raised an eyebrow. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't treat her like she did before the age of 6, she was extremely happy to see her sister's change. Seeing Zhu Zuqing only drinking tea, she felt sympathy for her sister, had her fiancé run off, leaving her so poor she couldn't even afford flower tea. Chapter 70. Cultivating the Dragon Beard Needle. Zhu Zuqing sat for a while, unsure how to talk to her sister. But Zhu Zuyun was long used to her sister's cold personality, so she stood up to see her off. It's getting late, I still have classes at Douluo Royal Academy. You can visit me again next time. Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer having to face Zhu Zuyun. Does this count as making up with her? I wonder what cultivation method old Yao will teach me. Zhu Zuqing put down her teacup and hurriedly got up to leave. This scene made Zhu Zuyun's eyelids twitch. Was she really that scary as a sister? Wait a moment, Zhu Zuyun said. Zhu Zuqing paused, then turned her head to look indifferently at Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun came out with a package and placed it in Zhu Zuqing's hand. I see you like this flower tea very much, so take some home to drink. Come and talk to your sister more often in the future, and change your cold personality. Zhu Zuyun remembered that her sister used to be cheerful and full of enthusiasm for everything, a passionate young girl. But ever since the news of Dai Mubai's disappearance spread over a year ago, she had adopted this cold demeanor. Zhu Zuqing sighed in relief, nodded, and left the courtyard, practically fleeing towards her own home. She gave me a gift, so I should give her one in return. Zhu Zuqing thought. Since she promised Qi Tian to reconcile with her sister, she would put her heart into it, not just go through the motions. What should I give? Oh, right, I can give her whale glue. Although this was Qi Tian's secret formula and she wasn't allowed to reveal it casually, if she didn't say anything, wouldn't it not count as revealing it? Zhu Zuqing planned to buy a piece of whale glue for Zhu Zuyun and trick her into eating it, as it had many benefits for her. All right, whale glue it is. Zhu Zuqing had made up her mind to let Zhu Zuyun also experience that fishy, hard-to-swallow taste. Qi Tian finally absorbed his third spirit ring. His spirit power had broken through to level 32, and the spirit rings of his blue-silver king spirit had become yellow, purple, and purple. Thanks to his powerful physique, both purple spirit rings were deep purple, high-year spirit rings. My spirit's vitality has grown stronger again. Qi Tian murmured. His third spirit ability was named Open Black Lens Bracket Wood Dragon Close Black Lens Bracket. It allowed his blue-silver king spirit to transform into a wood dragon, capable of both offense and defense. This skill was quite good, further enhancing Qi Tian's offensive capabilities. His spirit also became thicker, its stems and leaves twisting into a dragon shape, and its essence was further strengthened. Time to go back. Qi Tian bid farewell to the blue-silver king, then returned to his forest to cultivate. The next day, Qi Tian once again possessed Zhu Zuqing. He was now accustomed to the state of one soul, two bodies, able to multitask. Qi Tian indulged his desires for a bit, startling Zhu Zuqing awake. Old Yao, you're here. Zhu Zuqing was a little surprised, she didn't even care that Qi Tian was taking advantage of her again. She had been afraid that Qi Tian was tricking her, making her happy for nothing. Returning to that familiar feeling of her body being out of control from a few days ago, her heart finally settled. Qi Tian's eyelids twitched, regretting a little that he had lied to Zhu Zuqing that his name was Old Yao. How did things go? Qi Tian asked. Zhu Zuqing quickly said, I went to see my sister yesterday, and she even gave me a packet of calming flower tea. I wonder if this counts as reconciling. Does it count as completing the mission you assigned? Qi Tian nodded. Good, it's enough that you took this step. Communicate more with your sister in the future. You are biological sisters, your bond should be stronger than the one you have with your unseen fiancé. Zhu Zuqing replied, I feel it too. She suddenly realized that her sister wasn't actually that bad. Although she often mocked her, she never used other means. For example, using her cultivation level advantage to interfere with her training, ensuring she could never catch up. Instead, many times, she would use a mocking tone to give her pointers. Old Yao, I want to give my sister a piece of whale glue as a return gift, can I? Zhu Zuqing asked. Give whale glue. Where would you get the money to buy whale glue? Don't forget, the piece of whale glue you ate was sold as fish glue. Do you think whale glue is cheap? Qian asked. Qian checked Zhu Zuqing's spirit tool and found that she didn't have many gold coins inside, only a few hundred gold coins. This amount of money was nowhere near enough to buy whale glue. How about this, don't go to your Zhu family's private school anymore. Go cultivate at the Star Do Great Spirit Arena instead. This way, you can gain combat experience and earn money, killing two birds with one stone. If you can advance from Iron Spirit Fighter to Silver Spirit Fighter, the money you earn should be enough to buy a piece of whale glue. Qian also earned enough money to buy whale glue this way, but he fought in spirit battles while also betting money, so he earned money very quickly. Now that he had broken through to Spirit Elder, it was easier for him to find opponents, and he could go to the Great Spirit Arena to earn money again. Okay. Zhu Zuqing was ready to listen to Qian. Seeing Zhu Zuqing so obedient, Qian completely relaxed. First, I'll impart a cultivation method to you. You must not spread it or reveal it, otherwise, there might be danger, understand? Qian wasn't being alarmist. If Tang San found out that his mysterious heaven skill was being spread everywhere, Zhu Zuqing might be courting death. I understand. Zhu Zuqing was somewhat looking forward to the cultivation method Qian mentioned. Remember the meridian pathways I used to circulate spirit power. Qian sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the mysterious heaven skill, circulating his energy in a full cycle. After Zhu Zuqing had thoroughly memorized it, he explained some cultivation secrets of the mysterious heaven skill to her, as well as methods for opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. After teaching Zhu Zuqing, Qian sent dozens of dragon beard needles from his main body, preparing to teach Zhu Zuqing how to use them. What are these? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously, looking at the small golden beads in her hand. These are dragon beard needles, a miraculous weapon. I'll teach you how to use them later. These dragon beard needles were precisely what Qian had obtained by crushing the plank crystal he acquired from Flender. Although this hidden weapon technique could rank among the top 10 in the 100 solutions for hidden weapons, its usage method was the simplest. Even though Qian didn't know the mysterious jade hand or the 100 solutions for hidden weapons, he had pondered for 3 years and devised his own launching technique. This was largely thanks to his main body spirit, which allowed his control over physical strength to reach a microscopic level. This microscopic control over physical strength made it easier for him to develop these force-exerting techniques. Teaching Zhu Zuqing the Dragon Beard Needle would give her a chance to defeat Zhu Zuyun at the Spirit Grandmaster stage, thus completing the system's mission. Watch. Qian infused spirit power into a bead, and a needle as fine as hair appeared. Chapter 71, Challenging Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuqing saw the dragon beard needle and was somewhat unconvinced. What good can such a thin needle do? Qian didn't explain. Instead, he went into the courtyard, performed martial soul possession, and used his spirit power to defend his body. Then he activated the dragon beard needle and pricked the back of his hand. His spirit power defense was like paper, easily broken by the dragon beard needle, which then pierced into Zhu Zuqing's body. Zhu Zuqing immediately felt a stinging pain in her arm. It can actually break through spirit power defense. Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in shock. Qian nodded. The dragon beard needle was made of special material, capable of breaking through protective aura, which was spirit power defense. However, because it was too light, it couldn't be used as a long-range attack method. Not only that, Qian withdrew the spirit power he was injecting into the dragon beard needle, and it quickly curled up. As the dragon beard needle contracted, it twisted around Zhu Zuqing's muscle. A muffled groan came from Zhu Zuqing in Qitian's mind. Qitian quickly injected spirit power and pulled out the dragon beard needle. How is this dragon beard needle? Qitian asked. Zhu Zuqing completely approved of it. It's amazing. What made her even more curious was Qitian's ability to create things out of thin air. Her spirit tools clearly didn't contain such a treasure. However, she didn't ask further. Such a method must be a great secret, and Qitian likely wouldn't tell her. Good, I'll teach you the technique for launching the dragon beard needle, so you can practice by yourself when I'm not around. Okay. Qitian began practicing the dragon beard needle launching technique in the small courtyard. With Zhu Zuqing's spirit power and strength, she could launch it about 2 meters, which could sometimes surprise and injure enemies. Zhu Zuqing learned very seriously. Thanks to her possessing the 5 senses of this body, she could synchronize with Qitian, and she learned the technique quickly. 3 months passed in a flash, and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power broke through to level 22. These 3 months, Zhu Zuqing cultivated diligently, either training hard at home or participating in spirit fights at the Great Spirit Arena. However, she participated in one-on-one spirit fights, the restricted kind where no weapons other than one spirit could be used. So she didn't have an advantage. Facing those spirit grandmasters close to level 30, she lost more than she won, earning only a meager amount of gold coins. Meanwhile, Qitian in Sylve City was fighting and betting, earning a fortune, with the majority of his income coming from betting. At one point, even spirit masters invited him to team up for battles, and Qitian didn't refuse for the sake of more gold coins. Because of his one spirit, 2 bodies cultivation, his control over the blue-silver spear formation became more refined, fearing no team battles of the same rank. This day, Qitian once again possessed Zhu Zuqing's body. How is it, have you saved enough money to buy whale glue? Qitian teased. Zhu Zuqing's personality had become much more cheerful. She said bitterly, not yet. After going to the Great Spirit Arena, I realize there are always stronger people out there. I'll lend you a piece of whale glue first. Remember to pay me back when you've earned enough money. Qitian said. He planned to go see Zhu Zuyun, help Zhu Zuqing defeat Zhu Zuyun, and complete the mission to withdraw from the Douluo Empire as soon as possible. Zhu Zuqing wanted to refuse, but ultimately didn't speak. She had made a lot of progress recently and understood some principles. The deeper their mutual interests, the tighter their connection. The more Qitian invested in her, the less he would be willing to give her up. She was also afraid that Qitian might stop caring about her one day, so she wanted to be closer to him. Okay. As soon as Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, Qitian flipped his hand and produced a black card. This was a gold coin card universally used by banks across the continent, and Zhu Zuqing recognized it. Zhu Zuqing was already used to Qitian's ability to conjure things out of thin air and didn't pry. Let's go to the Grand Auction House and the medicine shop. Qitian had long wanted to spend money in Douluo City. This was the center of the Douluo Empire, rich in resources, and some rare items should be cheaper here than in Sylve City. For example, whale glue. Qitian also needed to consume whale glue to feed the body martial soul, and true dragon physique, these 2 major resource consumers. Cultivating his body martial soul to its limit as soon as possible and then exploring methods for a secondary awakening would greatly benefit him. So Qitian planned to use money to shop around Douluo City and buy whale glue for his main body here. Half a day later, Qitian bought 4 pieces of whale glue and sent 3 of them back to his main body. Alas, buying whale glue in a big city is not cheaper than over there. I can't do international business. Qitian sighed inwardly. However, the stock of 10,000-year whale glue here was abundant, so they didn't have to wait for it to be transferred. Holding the whale glue, Qitian went to find Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun had no classes in the afternoon and wasn't cultivating at the academy, she was currently at home. Sister. Qitian called out without any psychological burden. Zhu Zuyun bore some resemblance to Zhu Zuqing, but her figure was even more voluptuous, making her a true older sister. Why are you here? Zhu Zuyun raised an eyebrow. She clearly felt that Qitian's sister was called more casually, unlike the cold sister from a few days ago. Indeed, Zhu Zuqing would visit Zhu Zuyun every few days, even if just for a sip of tea. However, her personality remained cold. And their relationship had been stagnant, neither good nor bad. Sister, I want to spar with you. Qi Tian pleaded. Zhu Zuyun's expression changed, and she sneered, it seems I was mistaken. My dear sister hasn't given up yet. She had thought her sister had listened to her and completely given up on competing for the position of crown prince. Qi Tian knew Zhu Zuyun's thoughts and said, Sister, you misunderstood. I don't want to compete with you for that position, I just want to spar with you. My current goal in diligent cultivation is to help our Zhu family break free from the shackles of fate and no longer be subservient to the Dai family. As soon as Qi Tian finished speaking, Zhu Zuyun rushed forward and covered Qi Tian's mouth with her hand. Zhu Zuqing, are you crazy? How could you say such things? If father or anyone from the imperial family found out, I wouldn't be able to protect you. The highest-ranking person in the Zhu family was not the patriarch, but the current empress. Therefore, many within the Zhu family were loyal to the imperial family and would not side with their own relatives. Zhu Zuyun's fiery and firm body pressed against Qi Tian, making him feel a bit restless. One must know, he was currently in a one spirit, two bodies state, and he felt as if his main body was embracing Zhu Zuyun. It would be a great pity if such a beautiful woman were to be given to Dai Wuxi. Qi Tian reached out and embraced Zhu Zuyun, saying, Sister, let's spar first so you can see my current strength. Then perhaps you'll believe me. Zhu Zuyun felt her sister had changed. Being held tightly by her sister, a special feeling actually arose in her heart. All right, let me see what progress you've made recently. Someone had already informed Zhu Zuyun about Zhu Zuqing's cultivation in the spirit arena, and she also wanted to see Zhu Zuqing's cultivation results. Chapter 72, Defeating Zhu Zuyun with Needles. Qi Tian did not issue a public challenge, so the two did not go to the family's spirit arena to fight. Zhu Zuyun's family courtyard was quite large, so the two decided to have their spirit battle right there. In any case, Zhu Zuyun often cultivated at home, and a slight fluctuation in spirit power wouldn't alarm the members of the Zhu family. Qi Tian had no reason to refuse. Fighting in a space this size would allow his dragon beard needle to be utilized more effectively. I'm fighting Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuqing was momentarily stunned when she realized Qi Tian was going to use her body to engage Zhu Zuyun in a spirit battle. She was only at level 22, could she win against Zhu Zuyun, who was over level 30? Zhu Zuqing hoped Qi Tian would win. The stronger Qi Tian was, the greater her hope of breaking through to titled Douluo would be. She dared not speak, afraid of disturbing Qi Tian during the spirit battle. Sister, make your move. Qi Tian used martial soul possession, and the two spirit rings beneath his feet pulsed. His bodily senses immediately became sharp. Strong perception, high speed, and offensive capabilities, the Hell Civet could be said to be an extremely outstanding agility attack system spirit. All right, let me see what foundation you have to entertain such unrealistic thoughts, said Zhu Zuyun. The next moment, Zhu Zuyun also used martial soul possession, and the three spirit rings beneath her feet pulsed. Since her cultivation level was higher, the physical changes after martial soul possession were even more pronounced. Zhu Zuyun's face became more alluring, her legs grew longer, and she manifested cat ears and a cat tail, among other changes. The future Zhu Zuqing should also undergo these changes. Zuqing, your cultivation level is low, so I'll let you strike first, said Zhu Zuyun. You said it. Qi Tian's eyes lit up, he didn't know the meaning of deference. Qi Tian's first spirit ring lit up, activating the open black lens bracket Hell Rush Stab Close Black Lens bracket ability, and his speed suddenly increased. He turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Zhu Zuyun, but he knew this attack wouldn't succeed. Because Zhu Zuyun also possessed this spirit ability, and her cultivation level was higher, making her faster and difficult to catch. Therefore, when Qi Tian approached within 3 meters of Zhu Zuyun, he immediately injected spirit power into the dragon beard needle. The dragon beard needle extended. Qi Tian feigned an attack using a spirit ability openly, but secretly launched several dragon beard needles. Qi Tian possessed the body martial soul, giving him extensive research into the body's structure. He knew exactly where to pierce to achieve maximum restriction. Sure enough, when Qi Tian turned into a black shadow and his cat claws struck toward Zhu Zuyun, she evaded his attack relying on her superior speed. But several of Qi Tian's dragon beard needles had already pierced Zhu Zuyun's body. Is that all? Zhu Zuyun smiled. If you can't even catch me, how do you expect to defeat me? The same spirit ability yields different results when used by different people. Let me show you my Hell Rush stab. She had felt a strangeness in her body just now, but the needles, as thin as hair, caused pain even slighter than a mosquito bite when they entered her body. Therefore, Zhu Zuyun didn't take it seriously, assuming she had simply misfelt something. As soon as Zhu Zuyun finished speaking, the spirit ring beneath her feet lit up, and she transformed into a black shadow, rushing toward Qi Tian. Qi Tian activated the spirit ability again, but instead of targeting Zhu Zuyun, he used the skill to escape. Even though his speed lagged behind Zhu Zuyun's, using it for escape was a different matter. While running, Qi Tian silently counted, 3, 2, 1, retract. This was Qi Tian calculating the duration his spirit power could maintain the needles. Once the spirit power failed, the dragon beard needles would curl up. When the dragon beard needles embedded in the body retract, they directly twist the flesh together. Sure enough, when Zhu Zuyun missed her strike and was about to continue the pursuit, she suddenly felt a sharp sting coming from several vital points on her body. Hiss. Her breath caught, the circulation of her spirit power nearly went awry, and she almost failed to maintain her spirit possession. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Tian used open black lens bracket Hell Rush stab close black lens bracket while simultaneously deploying the dragon beard needle and his second spirit ability, open black lens bracket Nether 100 claws close black lens bracket. Zhu Zuyun endured the pain and retaliated. Instantly, the small courtyard was filled with black claw shadows. The claw shadows of the two continuously collided. Although Zhu Zuyun had higher spirit power, she was injured first, resulting in a fierce stalemate. As more dragon beard needles struck her, the strength she could exert grew weaker and weaker. Before long, she could no longer keep up with Qi Tian's speed. Her martial soul possession slowly became unsustainable due to her injuries. What did you do to me? Zhu Zuyun gritted her teeth, cold sweat breaking out across her body from the pain, soaking her clothes. Because she underestimated her younger sister, she didn't utilize the characteristics of her agility attack system spirit to end the fight immediately, instead letting her sister strike first. Now, due to the pain in her body, she couldn't even maintain her spirit possession, let alone use a 1,000-year spirit ability to finish off Zhu Zuqing. Seeing that she couldn't maintain martial soul possession, Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his spirit as well. Sister, that was just a small trick of mine. Are you all right? Qi Tian stepped forward and supported her. It really was you. Zhu Zuyun felt a little defeated. Although Qi Tian's methods were not glorious, a loss was a loss. She had only been able to act so magnanimously because she believed she had the strength to crush her sister. But what if her sister surpassed her? Could she still maintain this sisterly affection? Zhu Zuyun's expression was complicated. Seeing her expression, Qi Tian quickly said, "Sister, let's go inside. I'll help you treat your injuries." "No need, I can do it myself," said Zhu Zuyun. She didn't want her sister to see her weak side. "Sister, only I can treat these injuries. If you try to do it yourself, you'll only make them worse. Also, sister, I told you before that I intend to use my own abilities to change the current situation of the Zhu family. After I help you heal your injuries, I will leave Star Luo City," Qi Tian stated. Zhu Zuyun was suspicious. "You're not going to look for Dai Mubai, are you? You still haven't given up, and you still want to compete with your sister?" Before Qi Tian could answer, Zhu Zuqing replied within Qi Tian's mind. Having seen confidence in Qi Tian, she naturally no longer held her original attitude. Mother said that a woman of the Zhu family must marry a real man. A fleeing coward like Dai Mubai is not worthy of being my fiancé. Qi Tian answered Zhu Zuyun on Zhu Zuqing's behalf, making Zhu Zuyun's expression even more complicated. Her younger sister's answer reminded her of the carefree days of their childhood. However, her sister's reply eased her mind considerably. Zuching, don't worry. If you fail, I will risk my life to protect yours, said Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuching's soul heard Zhu Zuyun's reply, and the estrangement in her heart completely vanished. Because Qi Tian helped her defeat Zhu Zuyun, the pressure in her heart completely dissipated. Without the pressure, she could naturally face her true feelings and rekindle their sisterly affection. I understand. Let's go inside quickly, I need to treat your injuries, Qi Tian said helplessly. Chapter 73, Treating Zhu Zuyun. Qi Tian helped Zhu Zuyun into the room, had her stand, and then closed the door and windows. Sister, take off your clothes, Qi Tian reminded her. Zhu Zuyun didn't feel anything was inappropriate. The two sisters had seen each other's bodies when they were young. Zhu Zuqing, however, was somewhat reluctant, unsure if she didn't want her sister to be taken advantage of by someone else, or if she didn't want the old man Yao attached to her body to look at other women. However, only Qi Tian could resolve the injuries from the dragon beard needle, so she couldn't speak up to stop him, fearing she would worsen her sister's injuries. Zhu Zuyun took off her clothes, and the dim room suddenly brightened a bit, like parting the clouds to see the moon. The places struck by the dragon beard needle were dotted red, like red plums in white snow. The spots where the dragon beard needle first pierced were already turning slightly blue, having accumulated a lot of stagnant blood. Sister, your figure is really good. Your skin is white and smooth. While praising her, Qi Tian unceremoniously reached out and placed his hands on Zhu Zuyun's body. He injected spirit power to make the dragon beard needle relax, and then pulled them out. The stagnant blood beneath Zhu Zuyun's skin also seeped out through the needle holes. As the dragon beard needle were pulled out, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Zuching, your figure is also good. In a few years, maybe it will be even better than mine, Zhu Zuyun said. While putting the extracted dragon beard needle into the spirit tool, Qi Tian continued to help Zhu Zuyun remove the needles. Sister, has Dai Wixi ever touched you like this? Qi Tian asked. Zhu Zuyun felt Qi Tian's words were a bit strange, but she still shook her head. No. As you know, I was studying at the Zhu family school before, and only recently entered the Douluo Royal Academy to cultivate. We just met recently. Even though he is my fiancé, I wouldn't let him touch me like this. Furthermore, he has many supporters, so he is usually busy with official business and rarely appears at the Douluo Royal Academy, Zhu Zuyun said. Qi Tian's eyes lit up. He figured he had managed to touch Zhu Zuyun all over, getting ahead of Dai Wixi. However, Dai Wixi was a respectable person, unlike the irresponsible Dai Mubai, who indulged himself because he feared losing the battle for the succession. Dai Mubai has probably already achieved 100 kills by now, right? Qi Tian felt quite excited thinking about it, moving his hands up and down, pulling out the dragon beard needle one by one. Zuching, focus on treating the injury, don't move around. Zhu Zuyun felt strange. Her sister's hands seemed to possess magic, making her feel pain and numbness, a thrilling sensation. Sister, don't rush to commit yourself to Dai Wixi. Once I become a titled Douluo, our Zhu family won't have to be subordinate to the Dai family. Qi Tian spoke vaguely, but his hand movements remained steady. Who taught you this, little girl? You're so precocious. We only just met recently, how could things develop so quickly? Of course, I will only marry him after he becomes the crown prince, and only after we are married will I give myself to him. Qi Tian felt Zhu Zuyun's smooth skin and was tempted to run away with her too. But his current strength wasn't enough, he still needed to cultivate diligently. Zhu Zuyun let out a muffled groan and quickly shifted her attention. She asked, Sister, where did you learn these methods? Zhu Zuqing had grown up right under her nose, how could she not know what skills she could learn? But now, she actually possessed a method of injuring people invisibly, causing her a hidden loss. Although she couldn't guarantee victory if they fought again, she definitely wouldn't be as miserable as she was now. Sister, do you want to learn too? Qi Tian asked. Zhu Zuyun shook her head and said, no need. This is your secret, and it's not good if too many people know about it. Our Zhu family relies on you for salvation. If I delay your affairs, wouldn't I become a sinner? Qian shook his head, continued to help her remove the needles, and discreetly stored the dragon beard needle away. Zhu Zuyun still didn't know what had injured her. After a long time, the needles on Zhu Zuyun's body were finally all removed by Qian. Zhu Zuyun breathed a sigh of relief. She looked down and saw that her body was covered in small spots of stagnant blood. Of course, there were also some other fluids. She couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, feeling quite embarrassed. All right, I'm fine now. You should go back first. Zhu Zuyun moved her body and found that her movements were no longer sluggish. She immediately urged Zhu Zuqing to leave. All she wanted now was to thoroughly wash herself, cleaning off the dirty blood and other stains. Sister, wait a moment, I have something good for you. Qian took out a piece of whale glue. Zhu Zuyun looked at this yellow substance and asked curiously, what is this? It's a secret. You just need to know that it's a medicinal material that is beneficial to you. Qian said, I'll go boil bathwater for you and process this medicinal material at the same time. Zhu Zuyun didn't refuse again, allowing her sister to go help her boil water and prepare the medicine. She could feel that her sister had genuinely resolved her inner conflict and re-acknowledged her as her older sister. Moreover, since Zhu Zuqing had announced she would no longer compete for the position of crown successor, there was no longer any conflict between them. Even she herself held a glimmer of hope for her sister, hoping she could break the current state of affairs between the Dai family and the Zhu family. Sigh, the little girl who used to chase after me has finally grown up. Zhu Zuyun sighed emotionally. After a while, Qian softened the whale glue by roasting it and prepared the bathwater for Zhu Zuyun. Sister, hurry, eat it while it's hot. Qian stuffed the whale glue into Zhu Zuyun's mouth, and Zhu Zuyun immediately frowned. Woo-woo tilde, what is this? It tastes awful. She wanted to spit it out, but how could Qian let her have her way? This was Zhu Zuqing's heartfelt intention, worth thousands of gold coins. Zhu Zuyun ultimately swallowed the whale glue with difficulty and drank several mouthfuls of water uncomfortably. All right, sister, go take your bath quickly. You'll see the effects of this medicinal material later. Qian pulled her into the bathtub and said, I'll scrub your back. Zhu Zuyun knew her sister was about to leave for training, so she didn't chase her away, cherishing this final time together. But after a short while, she felt her whole body heat up. Sister, what medicinal material did you give me? She felt uncomfortable, rubbing her own legs. At this moment, she actually missed the hands Qian had used to treat her injuries just now. Sister, that's a medicinal material that enhances physique. It has a slight side effect, just bear with it. After your physique is enhanced, your strength will also increase significantly. Zhu Zuyun thought about their skirmish today. At level 22, she really didn't seem to have the same speed as her sister. But what is this side effect? Zhu Zuyun asked. You misheard. What side effect? Qian quickly corrected himself. If she knew that he had given her that kind of medicine, wouldn't she definitely turn hostile? Chapter 74, Eloping with Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing was already injured, and although the dragon beard needles in her body had been removed, her movements were still severely restricted. Qian reluctantly helped her wash off the accumulated blood from her body. And Zhu Zuyun, surprisingly, also became addicted to this feeling. Sister, you also have a lot of bloodstains on you. If you don't mind, come in and wash up too. Zhu Zuyun said. Okay. Before Zhu Zuqing could stop him, Qian had already slipped into the bathtub and started snuggling with Zhu Zuyun. After a short while, Zhu Zuyun shivered and leaned back against the tub, completely relaxed. That feeling made her start questioning herself, what is wrong with me? Could I have fallen for Zuqing? But she is also a woman, isn't she? And she's my younger sister. Zhu Zuyun fell into confusion. Qian had his fill, pulled Zhu Zuyun out, and helped her get dressed. Sister, please rest well. I'm leaving now. If you hear news of my disappearance, please don't worry about me. Qian placed Zhu Zuyun on the bed, tucked her in, and emptied the water from the bathtub. Zhu Zuyun watched her busy younger sister, feeling a sense of reluctance. She had 1,000 words in her heart but didn't know how to express them. Finally, they condensed into one sentence: please take good care of yourself. Qi Tian, controlling Zhu Zuqing's body, returned to her home. Along the way, Zhu Zuqing didn't say a word, which was completely unlike her recent behavior. Zuqing, aren't you going to talk? Aren't you happy that you defeated your destined opponent? Qi Tian asked. HMPH. A cold snort echoed in Qi Tian's mind. What's wrong? Is she jealous? A woman's heart is truly hard to guess. Qi Tian sighed, but he didn't forget the main task and said, Zuqing, I plan to take you away from Douluo City. Are you willing? After a long time, Zhu Zuqing finally responded to Qi Tian. Leave Douluo City. Where are we going? Spirit City, Zhu Zuqing asked. As a spirit master from a prominent family, she had naturally heard of Spirit City, the holy land of spirit masters. Furthermore, she had previously guessed that Qi Tian also came from Spirit City, but he hadn't admitted it. Qi Tian replied without hesitation, we're going to the Heaven Do Empire. Heaven Do Empire. Zhu Zuqing immediately thought of her runaway fiancé, who also seemed to have fled to the Heaven Do Empire. He might have thought that by going to the Heaven Do Empire, he could avoid the decisive battle with Dai Wuxi. But if Dai Wuxi ascends the throne later and goes to the Heaven Do Empire to capture Dai Mubai, would the Heaven Do Empire still protect him? But if I go to the Heaven Do Empire, will I cause trouble? Zhu Zuqing asked. After all, they were two different empires. Going there meant crossing the border, and she might still be pursued by Dai Wuxi or the Zhu family. Although Zhu Zuyun had relented, the Zhu family was a vassal of the imperial family, and it was uncertain whose side they would take. Perhaps someone might try to curry favor with Dai Wuxi and capture Zhu Zuqing. Even if she was allowed to run first, the Zhu family elders could easily catch up to her given their speed. Don't be afraid, I have my own way to help you. Qi Tian said. He wanted to test the spatial teleportation function of the sea-calming divine pearl, this divine artifact. He tried it with inanimate objects, and it succeeded. He tried it with a living rabbit, and that also succeeded, but he had never used it on a real person. Now was the perfect time to test it. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he prepared to have Zhu Zuqing capture a deserving criminal over the next 2 days to use as a test subject. If it succeeded, he would then teleport Zhu Zuqing to his side. 3 days later, Qi Tian possessed Zhu Zuqing again. Before Qi Tian could speak, she complained with a hint of resentment, my sister has been looking for me these past few days. I feel like she's acting strange. Qi Tian was stunned. Strange how? It seems like she wasn't looking for me, but for you. Zhu Zuqing said. Zhu Zuqing wasn't unaware of what Qi Tian had done while helping Zhu Zuyun heal a few days ago, she had felt it herself. These past few days, she had even looked up some knowledge regarding that topic, which broadened her horizons. Qi Tian said awkwardly, how could that be? Let's not talk about this. Did you catch the death row inmate I asked you to capture? I caught him. He's locked up in the woodshed. Zhu Zuqing replied. Qi Tian quickly went to the woodshed and indeed saw a scarred man covered in wounds, tied up tightly. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit. Zhu Zuqing seemed afraid that Qi Tian would misunderstand her as a cruel person, so she explained, I saw this person abducting children in the city, so I beat him up. Qi Tian nodded. This person deserves to die. Zuqing, you did well. He stepped forward, grabbed the man, and communicated with the phantom image of the sea-calming divine pearl imprinted in his soul. Instantly, brilliant 5-colored light obscured his 5 senses, Qi Tian's spirit power was heavily depleted, and the man's figure disappeared. How did you do that? Zhu Zuqing watched the scene in shock. Such a large person just vanished like that. It's a secret, Qi Tian said. On the other side, his main body also communicated with the sea-calming divine pearl and retrieved the man. He checked the man's body and found that he was perfectly fine, with no changes compared to before entering the sea-calming divine pearl. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, killed the man, and tossed him to a blood-devouring bramble spirit beast in the forest. Are you ready? Qi Tian asked Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing understood what Qi Tian was asking. She had been ready for days. She had a cold personality and few friends, so she only said goodbye to her. sister. As for her father, the relationship between father and daughter had long been estranged. I'm ready. Zhu Zuqing felt a little anticipation. Would she finally be able to see the true form of Old Yao this time? The next moment, Qian activated the sea-calming divine pearl again. 5-colored light enveloped Zhu Zuqing's body, and she vanished. When Zhu Zuqing regained consciousness, she had appeared in a forest. Where is this? She found that all around her were blue-silver grass, but some of the blue-silver grass grew very tall and were no longer ordinary blue-silver grass. The place was full of vitality, the air was fresh, and it felt somewhat like the blue-silver domain. Zhu Zuqing felt completely refreshed and wanted to take a deep breath, but since Qian was controlling her body, she couldn't do anything. Just as Qian turned around, Zhu Zuqing saw a wooden house. In front of the wooden house stood a handsome young man. He seemed to have merged with the natural environment here, looking incredibly harmonious. Who is that? Zhu Zuqing asked in shock. In fact, she had already guessed somewhat, but she didn't dare to confirm it and wanted to hear Qian's own answer. Could that be your true form, Old Yao? She didn't wait for Qian's soul communication. Instead, the young man opposite her spoke with a smile. Your guess is correct. I am your Old Yao. This Old Yao, you've been lying to me all along. Zhu Zuqing did not doubt Qian's words, because she was communicating with Qian through her soul. If the young man opposite her wasn't the person possessing her, he wouldn't know what she had just said. Chapter 75, First Meeting with Zhu Zuqing. Qian looked at Zhu Zuqing, whom he had possessed, and felt a strange sensation. He now had two perspectives. One was Zhu Zuqing's perspective, and the other was his own. Old Yao was just a name I made up. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Qian. Qian said. However, Zhu Zuqing still couldn't speak, only communicate with Qian using her soul. Then can you leave my body now? Zhu Zuqing asked. Thinking that the person who had been with her for the past few months was actually a young man, she felt flushed all over. Cultivation, eating, sleeping, and even very private matters like bathing, had all been handled by Qian. It could be said that her body held no secrets from Qian. If Qian were just a ghost without a body, she might be able to convince herself to accept it. But Qian, standing before her, was a young man the same age as her, and she was too ashamed to face anyone. Especially when she remembered she had a fiancé, she didn't know how to face Qian. I apologize, this is one of my skills. The duration is 1 day, so I can only leave your body tonight. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with this place first. Qian said. Saying that, he led Zhu Zuqing, or rather, the Zhu Zuqing he was controlling, to look around the surroundings. This forest was originally an ordinary forest, but many plants sensed Qian's blue-silver king aura and slowly evolved into spirit beasts. Especially near the wooden house, surrounding Qian's cultivation spot, the characteristics of his small ice and fire yin-yang well had catalyzed many plant spirit beasts. There were also some dangerous plant spirit beasts that Zhu Zuqing needed to familiarize herself with, to prevent her from accidentally stumbling into them. As dusk approached, he led Zhu Zuqing back into the wooden house. His wooden house was not small, and it had more than one room. Qian made up a bed for Zhu Zuqing in the room next to his. You'll sleep here tonight. It's inconvenient right now, we'll talk tomorrow. Qian said. Okay. Zhu Zuqing replied. Her mood was complex at the moment, she had received too much information that day and hadn't fully recovered. Lying on the bed, she could finally think about what she should do next. At midnight, Qian, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by a slight movement at the door. A regular spirit elder probably wouldn't have noticed this slight movement, but the blue-silver grass at the entrance served as Qian's eyes and ears. Startled, he climbed out of bed and deployed his blue-silver domain, only to see Zhu Zuqing standing at his door. Zhu Zuqing had just regained control of her body, yet instead of sleeping, she had run out. Qian saw her standing at his door, raising her hand as if to knock, but hesitating, reluctant to act. After a moment, Qian watched her walk around the house and reach out to open his window. This girl. Qian quickly lay back down, pretending to be fast asleep, wanting to see what she was going to do. Zhu Zuqing was an agility attack system spirit master, extremely nimble, and she slipped silently into Qian's room like a cat. Liar. Zhu Zuqing cursed softly. But I still have to thank you for letting me know which path I should take in the future. But a smile appeared on her face, like melting ice and snow, brushed by the spring wind. If someone familiar with her saw this, like her older sister Zhu Zuqing, they would be greatly surprised. Because Zhu Zuqing hadn't smiled like this for a long time. Ever since she awakened her spirit and learned of her destiny, she had become cold and aloof. Especially when she heard that her fiancé had run away that year she turned 9, the temperature on her face dropped even further. Zhu Zuqing squatted down by the bed, resting her chin in her hands, and quietly watched Qian for a good while. He's quite handsome. Her spirit was the hell civet, so. Her night vision ability was excellent, allowing her to clearly see Qian's appearance. Zhu Zuqing originally thought that Qian was a titled Douluo over 100 years old whose soul had remained after death and possessed her. That was why she couldn't recover for a long time after seeing Qian. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but reach out and stroke Qian's cheek, seemingly wanting to test whether this was all just a dream. Because everything had gone too smoothly. When her slender jade hand touched Qian's warm cheek, her face flushed instead. Oh dear, Zhu Zuqing, you have a fiancé, how can you touch another man? I wonder if Qian will misunderstand and think I am an indecent woman. Zhu Zuqing did not withdraw her hand, but she had already made up her mind to go to Suotuo City and break off the engagement with Dai Mubai. I will definitely break through to titled Douluo and break the shackles of the Zhu family's destiny. Qian felt a slight coolness on his face and resisted the urge to pull Zhu Zuqing into his arms. He knew Zhu Zuqing was outwardly cold but inwardly passionate, yet very traditional. Before solving the problem with Dai Mubai, she wouldn't appreciate crossing boundaries like this. After a good while, Zhu Zuqing withdrew her hand and then felt Qian's wrist to check his bone age. His age is actually the same as mine. Zhu Zuqing inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. She was actually a little scared that Qian just looked young. After watching Qian for a while longer, she reluctantly left the room through the window, returned to the room next door, and fell asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Qian woke up early to cultivate. He used the adjustable gravity of the sea-calming divine pearl to temper his physique while simultaneously cultivating his body martial soul. Zhu Zuqing only woke up from her sleep when she heard movement outside. She had experienced too much yesterday, only falling asleep late in the night, and she had many dreams. At first, she dreamed of bathing with Zhu Zuqing, and her sister was handsy with her, just like how Qian had been handsy with Zhu Zuqing using her body. Perhaps because she had secretly gone to Qian's room last night, the person who was handsy with her in the dream turned into Qian again. Zhu Zuqing blushed a little and got up to change out of her slightly sticky and cold pajamas. Opening the door, Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up as she saw Qian cultivating outside. Qian was body-refining shirtless. His muscle lines were extremely defined, strong and powerful yet not bulky, exuding great sexual tension. Zhu Zuqing watched for a while, and after washing up, she began to cultivate, mimicking Qian. The two cultivated in the forest, and the scene was extremely harmonious for a moment. Zhu Zuqing gradually calmed her mind and immersed herself in cultivation. At this moment, a feeling of happiness actually rose in her heart, wishing that life could continue like this forever. They only stopped cultivating when the sun was high in the sky. Zhu Zuqing had a slight sheen of sweat on her body. She looked at Qian and softly said, "Let's reintroduce ourselves, my name is Zhu Zuqing." She was responding to Qian's words from yesterday. Qian asked with a smile, "Zuqing, how was your rest last night?" Zhu Zuqing thought of her impulsive actions last night and the dreams she had late in the night, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. "I slept very well." Chapter 76, Heading to Suotuo City. After breakfast, Zhu Zuqing chatted with Qian to digest the meal and learned from him where she was currently located. "Are you saying Dai Mubai is at Shrek Academy in Suotuo City?" Zhu Zuqing asked. Qi nodded and said, that's right. Zhu Zuqing pondered for a moment, then said lightly, I want to go to Suotuo City to take a look. Okay. Seeing how readily Qi agreed, Zhu Zuqing felt a little disappointed, thinking, shouldn't you ask me what I'm going there for? Nevertheless, she explained, didn't you suggest that I should break the shackles of fate? I want to find Dai Mubai and make it clear, I want to break off the engagement with him. Could you accompany me? Zhu Zuqing asked. Qi thought about it and agreed. The distance to Suotuo City was less than 1,000 li, so the trip wouldn't take many days. All right, I'll go with you to Suotuo City, but I can't accompany you into Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing looked at Qi curiously, seemingly asking why. Qi continued, the teachers at Shrek Academy are quite strong, and some of them are rather shameless. I'll stay behind. If you encounter danger, I can use a skill to attach to you and then teleport you out. Zhu Zuqing nodded. She felt Qi consideration was very thorough and decided to follow his plan. Your skill is truly amazing. Zhu Zuqing praised. 2 days later, Suotuo City. Qi brought Zhu Zuqing back to the familiar place. He had stayed in Suotuo City for a period and had trained at the Great Spirit Arena here, so he was not unfamiliar with the location. Should we go straight to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zuqing asked. She was currently wearing a veil over her face, concealing her cold and stunning appearance. Qi shook his head and said, let's try our luck in the city first. Shrek Academy has a spirit saint guarding it, and we could easily be discovered. Okay. Qi took Zhu Zuqing, inquired about the largest red light district in Suotuo City, and prepared to book a room nearby. Zhu Zuqing was a little confused, wondering why Qi wanted to stay here. But she couldn't properly question Qi, and she was also afraid Qi might visit the women in the red light district. Rose Hotel, front desk. Hello, I'd like 2 rooms, adjacent ones. Qi finished booking his room and looked at Zhu Zuqing. You'll stay next door to me, is that okay? Zhu Zuqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a solution. No need. Since we are traveling, let's just share 1 room. Qi found it hard to believe. Was Zhu Zuqing actually this uninhibited? All right then, please give me 1 double room. Qi corrected himself. Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little warm. She had actually intended to monitor Qi by staying with him. But thinking about it now, it was truly shameful that she had publicly requested to share a room with a boy her age. After checking into the room, Qi took Zhu Zuqing to wander around the city. Let's go over there. Qi pointed toward the red light district not far from the hotel. Zhu Zuqing frowned. Her heart, which had just felt warm, instantly cooled down, and she silently followed Qi. Is he really this kind of person? Zhu Zuqing thought to herself. Hey, handsome, come over to Big Sister will show you something nice. An exposed dressed woman waved at Qi. The moment she waved, she suddenly felt a chill run down her body. Following the source of the chill, she saw a girl wearing a black veil staring coldly at her. The faint spirit power aura emanating from the girl made it impossible for her to breathe. She was actually a spirit master. She didn't know what taboo she had violated and wanted to beg for mercy. Qi naturally sensed Zhu Zuqing's actions, quickly stepped forward, and took her hand. Zuqing, don't do this, they are just ordinary people. Qi said. Zhu Zuqing glared coldly at Qi but obediently withdrew her spirit power pressure. The woman targeted by Zhu Zuqing was about to beg for mercy when she saw Qi approach her and hand her a gold coin. Big Sister, I want to ask, have you seen a blonde young man who frequently visits here? Qi cultivated the blue-silver grass to the bone, giving him a natural aura, and the woman slowly calmed down. She looked at the gold coin in Qi hand, swallowed, and recalled the blonde young man Qi described. Sir, is the blonde young man you mentioned a spirit master? Last name Dai. Qi smiled and nodded. The woman seemed encouraged and spilled everything she knew. Sir, I know him. It's said that young man is of noble birth, and he comes here almost every day. He spends generously. Many of the sisters have been with him, and there are even a few pairs of twin sisters who have been with him many times. I heard he has already achieved a 100-man slayer record here. Zhu Zuqing was stunned by the words. She seemed to have guessed who Qi Tian and the woman were talking about. Last name Dai, and Qi Tian was looking for him. Who else could it be but Dai Mubai? So Qi Tian came here to look for Dai Mubai. I misunderstood him. Zhu Zuqing felt regretful, thinking she had been too harsh. However, she immediately felt a wave of nausea. Could her fiancé, whom she had yet to meet, really be this kind of person? Frequent this kind of place, and a 100-man slayer. She also felt fortunate that she was preparing to abandon this engagement. How could someone like Dai Mubai, who indulged in worldly pleasures, possibly win the succession battle? Thank you, big sister. When does he usually show up? Qi Tian slipped the gold coin into her hand. The woman beamed and said, he comes here every evening after he finishes dinner. Qi Tian looked at the sky. According to the information provided by the woman, Dai Mubai should be arriving soon. Dai Mubai finished his days training and, along with Oscar and Ma Hongjun, entered Suotuo City. I'm exhausted. It's been a year and a half, and I still can't adapt to the dean's training. Dai Mubai complained. Seeing his two brothers looking listless, he said, I'm treating today. Let's go to Suotuo Grand Hotel for a good meal. Long live Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun and Oscar cheered. There was no helping it, the food at Shrek Academy was too poor. After running dozens of laps around the village for training, covering hundreds of li, they only got 2 steamed buns to eat. Even an Iron Man couldn't endure that. So they often had to go into the city for a feast. Oscar, being a food system spirit master, was slightly better off, but Ma Hongjun was miserable. The small spirit master subsidy wasn't even enough to relieve his evil fire, let alone cover the cost of meals. After the 3 of them finished dinner, Dai Mubai suggested, I heard a set of triplets arrived at the usual spot. Let's go check them out. Oscar, didn't you just break up? I'm treating, let's go experience it together. Oscar and Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Was Boss Dai actually letting them have some scraps? Boss Dai is generous. I wish I had shaved my beard today. Oscar said regretfully. His beard grew too fast. If he didn't shave for a day, it would turn into a full beard. The 3 of them walked arm in arm toward the red light district, completely unaware that 2 people were tailing them. Chapter 77, Zhu Zuqing's Battle. Zhu Zuqing is an agility attack system spirit master, inherently skilled at concealing herself. Furthermore, Qi Tian's first spirit ability is called Disguise, and his ability to hide his aura is first-rate, so neither of them was noticed by the 3 people ahead. Qi Tian squeezed Zhu Zuqing's hand and said, Zuqing, don't get agitated. To catch a thief, you need the loot, to catch adulterers, you need the pair. Wait until they are in the middle of doing that before you show up. He won't have anything to say then. Although there might be more than 2 people involved in the act, as long as Zhu Zuqing catches them red-handed, she will be the one in the right. Qi Tian only wanted to make it easier for Zhu Zuqing to overcome her mental hurdle, otherwise, he wouldn't need to wait and could just let Zhu Zuqing complete the mission immediately. Night fell. Dai Mubai was embracing 2 women, with a third hanging onto his arm. He had brought them out and was preparing to go to an external hotel to have fun. Suddenly, he saw a woman covered in a black veil staring coldly at him in the darkness. For some reason, he felt the aura of the person before him was somewhat familiar and intimate. Friend, who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Dai Mubai asked. He carefully observed the eyes and eyebrows visible outside Zhu Zuqing's veil. Based on his experience, this person blocking his path was a beauty. Therefore, he planned to try courtesy before resorting to force, wanting to clarify the other party's identity. Zhu Zuqing did not speak, merely looking at him indifferently. Dai Mubai frowned, thinking, trying to act cold and aloof, are we? Young Master Dai, could this woman be an ex-girlfriend you abandoned, which is why she's relentlessly pursuing you? Guessed the girl hanging on his chest. Dai Mubai said, possibly, but I don't recall her. He had slept with too many women, how could he remember them all? He only remembered those who had special twin sisters. Perhaps it was because he had heard that his elder brother's fiancée and his own fiancée were biological sisters, or for some other reason. Maybe seeking out twin sisters allowed him to fantasize about being with the Zhu Zuyun sisters, which is why he was so partial to twins. Zhu Zuqing finally spoke, Dai Mubai, I am Zhu Zuqing. Dai Mubai's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Zuqing, his fiancée whom he had never met. However, he did not release the three sisters beside him, but instead said, why are you here? Can't you just let me enjoy myself for a few more years? I just want to live a few years of peace. Once my elder brother turns 25, it will be my death date. If you also want to taste a man before you die, I can help you. Tonight, the five of us can be together. But as Zhu Zuqing removed her veil, he immediately regretted his words. Because Zhu Zuqing was too beautiful, the three sisters beside him combined couldn't compare to Zhu Zuqing. Under the moonlight, Zhu Zuqing's cold and flawless appearance resembled a goddess on the moon, making people reluctant to profane her. Zuqing, I was just messing around with them. Dai Mubai immediately put down the person in his arms and pushed away the sisters on his left and right. The three sisters were about to speak, but Dai Mubai instantly threw out a bag of gold coins and told them to scram. Zhu Zuqing was unmoved, stating calmly, my man must be a true man who stands tall, not a deserter like you. I want to break off our engagement. Starting today, you are no longer my fiancé. Dai Mubai was filled with regret but struggled, Zuqing, our engagement was set by the imperial family and the Zhu family. We cannot break it off. Zhu Zuqing said, I will naturally use my strength to break the rules between the Dai and Zhu families. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing released her spirit and performed martial soul possession. She wanted to gauge Dai Mubai's strength and experience the white tiger martial soul, preparing for future struggles against the Dai family. Dai Mubai thought Zhu Zuqing was giving him a chance and hurriedly said, Zuqing, I'm actually not a deserter. I have also worked hard on my cultivation all these years. You can see my strength. He thought that as long as he proved his strength, Zhu Zuqing might change her mind. Dai Mubai performed martial soul possession. His muscles swelled, and his golden hair was mixed with strands of white tiger fur. 3 spirit rings pulsed beneath his feet. He was clearly a 3-ring spirit elder. Zuqing, I am now a level 32 spirit elder. Zhu Zuqing did not reply. As an agility attack system battle spirit master, fighting head-on against an attack system battle spirit elder already put her at a disadvantage, so she had to focus with all her might. She recalled Qian's battle with Zhu Zuyun and felt that she, too, could defeat a spirit elder. After all, Zhu Zuyun was a level 37 spirit elder, and her strength was not weaker than Dai Mubai's. The first spirit ring beneath Zhu Zuqing's feet lit up, and she instantly transformed into a black shadow, vanishing from her original spot. White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai immediately used his first spirit ability. The next moment, clanging sounds rang out, but Zhu Zuqing's cat claws were unable to penetrate the light shield surrounding Dai Mubai. However, while attacking with her cat claws, Zhu Zuqing interspersed the attack by firing some dragon beard needles. These dragon beard needles could break through protective qi, and they all struck Dai Mubai's body. Zhu Zuqing's body continuously maneuvered, then she activated her second spirit ability, Nether 100 Claws. The penetrating Nether 100 Claws could not be stopped even by Dai Mubai's defensive light shield, the White Tiger Barrier. But Dai Mubai seized an opportunity and lunged his tiger claw towards Zhu Zuqing. He was a power-type spirit master. If she were caught by him, the consequences would be dire. Zhu Zuqing knew this well and was forced back by Dai Mubai, who immediately launched a fierce light wave toward her. The tables turned, and Dai Mubai began chasing Zhu Zuqing, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. But Zhu Zuqing was not flustered. She was silently calculating the time until the dragon beard needles inside him would contract. Hiss tilde. Suddenly, Dai Mubai gasped in pain, his movements slowing down. What's wrong? Why does my body hurt so much? Dai Mubai no longer cared about cherishing the fairer sex and quickly used his third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. His entire body swelled up, his muscles becoming even more distended, but the dragon beard needles had already been embedded inside him, and he couldn't force them out. On the contrary, due to the change in his body, the contracting dragon beard needles severed many muscle tissues. I'm dying of pain. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even maintain his spirit possession. The next moment, Zhu Zuqing's attack arrived again. This time, Dai Mubai was powerless to stop it. Before long, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, covered in wounds and struggling painfully. Zhu Zuqing had learned what she needed about the White Tiger martial soul and did not deliver a killing blow. Just as she was preparing to withdraw, she suddenly heard a loud shout, "How audacious! How dare you injure a disciple of Shrek Academy? Come with me." A middle-aged spirit master whose face resembled a Shu soul suddenly appeared. He released a thread of spirit power pressure, restraining Zhu Zuqing. A look of delighted appreciation was on his face as he observed Zhu Zuqing. As soon as the spirit power fluctuation arose, he noticed it and came nearby to observe the two people fighting. A girl this outstanding ought to join his Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing was neither flustered nor did she try to escape, because she was already prepared. At midnight tonight, Qian would perform possession on her and use his skill to take her away, so everything was within their plan. Chapter 78, Escaping, Mission Accomplished. Dean, please don't hurt her. Dai Mubai shouted, curled up on the ground in pain. Flender raised an eyebrow, only then did he realize that these two knew each other. But this was even better, he was now more confident in recruiting Zhu Zuqing into Shrek Academy. Mubai, how are your injuries? Flender asked with concern. Dai Mubai endured the pain in his body and said, Dean, I'm fine. He hadn't forgotten Zhu Zuqing's words from just a moment ago. She said that if she were to marry, she would marry a real man. Naturally, Dai Mubai had to put on a brave front. Flender stepped forward to examine Dai Mubai's injuries. Mubai, with such severe injuries, you actually say you're fine. Flender frowned. He discovered that some of the muscles and blood vessels inside Dai Mubai's body had been severed by some kind of weapon. Fortunately, these weapons hadn't been used on vital points, otherwise, Dai Mubai might have been in mortal danger. For example, in a place like the heart, if a dragon beard needle were to pierce the heart, curling up might directly sever a person's heart muscle. Still trying to hold on like this. Fine, Flender, will play the villain and lend you a hand. Flender thought to himself. He took out a candy bean and stuffed it into Dai Mubai's mouth to stabilize his injuries. HMPH. Such audacity, to dare to severely injure a disciple of my Shrek Academy in Swotuo City. Is this because you think my Shrek has no one? I will kill you right now to avenge Mubai. Flender turned around and acted aggressively toward Zhu Zuqing. At the same time, he was observing her spirit. Compelled by his spirit power pressure, Zhu Zuqing needed to release her spirit to hold on. Zhu Zuqing gritted her teeth, enduring Flender's spirit power pressure, and looked coldly at Flender and Dai Mubai. Dean, please don't hurt her. Dai Mubai's condition eased slightly, and he pleaded for Zhu Zuqing. Flender had the intention to recruit Zhu Zuqing and also wanted to bring the two together, so naturally, he wouldn't kill her, he just wanted to scare Zhu Zuqing. Mubai, if we indulge her, what will happen if outsiders harm our Shrek Academy students in the future? While speaking, Flender sent a voice transmission to Dai Mubai and gave him a wink. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. Dean, as long as Zuqing joins our academy, she won't be an outsider anymore. Even if it's just sparring between classmates, getting a little injured is normal, right? Flender feigned deep thought. This young lady, for Mubai's sake, I can give you a chance. Are you willing to join Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai also endured the pain and began to boast about the strengths of Shrek Academy. Things like strict entry and graduation requirements, the level 40 graduation requirement, and how the most outstanding students were already elders of Spirit Hall, and so on. Zhu Zuqing looked coldly at the performance of the two. Before coming, she had already learned the true face of Shrek Academy from Qian. No matter how flowery their words were, she would not join Shrek Academy. Just at this moment, midnight arrived, and Qian's soul arrived as promised. Zuqing, are you okay? Qian asked with concern. Zhu Zuqing felt a warmth in her heart, and her entire being immediately calmed down. I'm fine, let's go quickly. All right. Qian quickly activated the space teleportation function of the sea calming divine pearl. Five-colored brilliant light suddenly bloomed from Zhu Zuqing's body, obscuring Flender's perception. Ah, my eyes. What kind of spirit ability is this? Flender was blinded by the five-colored light and couldn't open his eyes. Not only that, his mental force could not probe Zhu Zuqing's situation. Such a terrifying spirit ability was not something he, a spirit saint, dared to underestimate, so he hurriedly released his spirit. But before he could complete his martial soul possession, Zhu Zuqing had disappeared without a trace. Where did she go? Flender looked at the empty ground in front of him in shock. Returning to Shrek Academy, Flender invited Xiao Xin to treat Dai Mubai's injuries. Although Xiao Xin was a food system support spirit master, his candy beans didn't just have support functions, they also had healing spirit abilities. Who beat Mubai? How could he be injured so severely? Flender shook his head, signaling Xiao Xin not to ask any more questions. Xiao Xin carefully helped Dai Mubai remove the golden beads from his body and then gave him various candy beans. Some were for accelerating recovery, some for amplification, and some for healing. Dai Mubai's injuries soon recovered by more than half, but his eyes were listless, and he appeared completely dejected. His fiancée had broken off the engagement and had even defeated him with the cultivation level of a spirit grandmaster. How could he possibly pull himself together? He might as well just wait for death. At this time, Zhu Zuqing had already appeared more than 10 miles outside of Suotuo City. If not for the fear of unforeseen circumstances, Qian could have run further away and then teleported Zhu Zuqing over. The reason he only ran 10-odd miles was because he was afraid that if Zhu Zuqing encountered an accident, he would be able to return to rescue her. He now possessed the divine artifact, the sea-calming divine pearl, and if he went all out, he might be able to kill a spirit saint or even someone stronger. However, the consumption from using the divine artifact was too great right now. If a single strike didn't succeed, he would also find himself in danger. Zuqing, have you thought about where to go from here? Qian asked. Zhu Zuqing felt much more relaxed in her heart. The only thing she wanted to do now was to cultivate hard. Of course, if she could have Qian accompanying her, that would be even better. I want to go back with you and cultivate together. Zuqing said. All right. Qian did not refuse. Having a beauty to look at while cultivating meant he wouldn't be so lonely. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations host, Zhu Zuqing's fate has been slightly altered, and the mission to perform possession on Zhu Zuqing has ended. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission reward. Open black lens bracket. Spirit soul contract method. Close black lens bracket has been issued. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After the mission ends, the host will temporarily be unable to perform possession on the target Zhu Zuqing. Please handle any potential consequences yourself. Close black lens bracket. The system's notification appeared again, and at the same time, a method for contracting a spirit soul appeared in Qian's mind. Spells, contracts, and even methods for fusing spirit power and mental force into a spirit beast soul imprint were all included. There was no need for Qian to explore further. There were even methods for forcibly extracting a spirit beast soul to form a spirit soul contract with it. However, with Qian's current mental force cultivation level, he was likely still unable to hatch a high-level spirit soul. I still need to train my mental force, Qian thought to himself. The next day, Qian brought Zhu Zuqing back to his own, Daochang. Returning to the forest, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had faced a spirit saint this time, so it was impossible to say they weren't nervous. Zuqing, you should still stay in this room. If you need anything, you can tell me. Qian said. This place was only 100 miles away from Sylve City, which wasn't too far for a spirit master. They both had storage spirit tools, so it was convenient to buy anything. All right. Zhu Zuqing nodded. She still didn't say much, but Qian could clearly feel that her tone had softened significantly, which was a good thing. We've been out for a few days, let's hurry up and cultivate. Don't forget, your goal is to become a titled Douluo. The two began to cultivate. Qian's spirit power had already reached level 33, and after her mental block was opened, Zhu Zuqing had actually also reached a breakthrough to level 23. Chapter 79, Night Cat, Possession of Ningrongrong. Night fell. Qitian and Zhu Zuqing finished their cultivation, and after washing up, they returned to their rooms to rest. The intensity of their cultivation today wasn't very high, so Qitian hadn't prepared any medicinal bath water. I wonder if I will possess someone else tonight. Qitian wondered, feeling expectant. Every time a mission was completed, the system would release a new mission for him. Now that Qitian had completed the possession mission for Zhu Zuqing, logically, there should be a new possession target tonight. Corresponding to that would be generous mission rewards. At midnight, Qitian didn't receive a new mission from the system, but instead heard slight movements outside, waking him from his slumber. Who is it? Qitian hurriedly activated his perception. Upon sensing, Qitian discovered that the person causing the noise was, surprisingly, Zhu Zuqing again. She was repeating her old trick, sneaking alone to outside Qitian's window, flipping over, and climbing in. Is she addicted to this? Or is she sleepwalking? Qitian found it strange. However, he still closed his eyes, preparing to feign sleep just like last time. Before long, Zhu Zuqing came to the bedside and quietly watched Qitian for a while. She crouched down and, just like last time, reached out to touch Qitian's cheek, wondering what she was thinking about. At this very moment, Qitian suddenly opened his eyes, giving Zhu Zuqing a fright. She was like a startled cat, about to react and flee, but was caught by the wrist by the quick-witted Qitian. As an agility attack system battle spirit master, how could Zhu Zuqing possibly have the strength to break free from a body martial soul spirit master? Qitian pulled hard, dragging Zhu Zuqing into his embrace and holding her with both arms. Although her figure was hot, holding her in his arms felt just like holding a soft, big cat. Zuqing, this is the second time you've come to my room. What exactly do you want to do? Qitian whispered in Zhu Zuqing's ear. He let her go last time because she still had a fiancé, and Qitian wasn't a cuckolder, he couldn't do such a thing. But now Zhu Zuqing had already spoken with Dai Mubai and cancelled the engagement between them. Whether it counted or not was another matter, but for Qitian and Zhu Zuqing, it was effective. She and Dai Mubai no longer had any relationship. Last time, you weren't asleep. Zhu Zuqing's face flushed. She had thought that as an agility attack system spirit master, her movements were light enough, but she didn't expect to be caught red-handed. You touched my face, and then you touched my hand. How could I fall asleep? Qitian asked. Zhu Zuqing's face became even hotter, and she shyly burrowed into Qitian's embrace. Tell me quickly, why did you come to my room so late? Qitian used a little force, hugging Zhu Zuqing tighter. I don't know either, Zhu Zuqing said in a low voice. She pressed her face against Qitian's neck, greedily breathing in his scent. Qitian cultivated the blue-silver grass martial soul, so his scent was close to nature, very fresh and free. Zhu Zuqing really liked this scent. Last time you left my body, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't wait until the next day to see you, so I wanted to see you with my own eyes quickly. Zhu Zuqing recalled her motivation for her actions a few days ago. She believed that the Qitian she saw through Qitian controlling her own body didn't count, so she wanted to see Qitian in person. No wonder, Qitian thought to himself. Then what about this time? Wu tilde I don't know either. Zhu Zuqing also didn't know why she had come under some strange impulse. Qitian finally understood, she was addicted to night raids. Since you like my room so much, let's sleep together from now on. Zhu Zuqing responded in a low voice. Qitian was secretly delighted in his heart. He had originally thought he wouldn't be able to feel her figure anymore, but he didn't expect her to deliver herself to his door. All right, go to sleep early. We still have to cultivate tomorrow. Don't forget your goal is to change the fate of the Zhu family. Don't let your sister hold on for too long. After saying this, Qitian naturally stretched out his hand, holding Zhu Zuqing with one arm, while his other hand climbed the mountain. The usually cold Zhu Zuqing was burning up all over at this moment, but she didn't refuse, hugging Qitian back. A cat that is cold on the outside but hot on the inside is just like this. Early morning, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the bustling small castle, a knock sounded outside a room. "Young miss, hurry up and get up to cultivate." An attendant shouted. "So annoying. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" The genius girl of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, complained. "Sooner or later, I will run away from home to see if you still dare to force me to cultivate." She had long been fed up with this kind of life. Every day was either cultivation or even more boring cultivation. Her only joy was to go and pull the beard of the sect's guardian elder, Gu Rong. Although it was very boring, Ning Rongrong only complained verbally. She usually still honestly accepted the sect's cultivation arrangements. After finishing her complaints, Ning Rongrong prepared to get up to wash up and then go to the clan school for classes and cultivation. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that she was unable to control her own body. Sleep paralysis. Ning Rongrong remembered some short stories she had read. During sleep paralysis, a person's consciousness is awake, but they cannot control their body, which fit her current state perfectly. A sudden sense of fear rose in Ning Rongrong's heart, even greater than her fear of her father. How is that possible? I'm a spirit master, how could I have sleep paralysis? She understood that sleep paralysis wasn't really being pressed by a ghost, but rather that consciousness woke up before the body. It was a health-related issue. As a spirit master, her body was much better than an ordinary person's. It was impossible for her to have sleep paralysis. At this moment, she suddenly felt herself move. Qian climbed out of bed and, as usual, touched his chest. It's a bit smaller than Zuqing's, but the texture is soft, it's on par. Qian judged. So who have I possessed this time? Qian's main body was already cultivating with Zuqing at this time. Fortunately, he had long adapted to the state of one soul, 2 bodies, so he could handle it freely without delaying his cultivation. Why am I touching myself? Ning Rongrong was precocious and already understood everything about knowledge that only adults would know. She didn't feel that there was anything shameful about this, she just found it a bit strange. Could I really have been pressed by a ghost? And is this ghost a lecherous ghost? Ning Rongrong felt a bit scared in her heart. Qian got up and came to the dressing table. He saw his current self in the mirror. His reflection in the mirror had short, shoulder-length golden hair, delicate features, and skin as tender as a peeled lychee. Qian pinched his skin, feeling a faint pain, and he felt that he could almost pinch water out of it. "Such tender skin," Qian exclaimed. Ning Rongrong heard Qian's words and finally confirmed that a ghost had taken over her body. "Who are you? Can you get out of my body?" She finally couldn't hold it back anymore and was about to cry. Chapter 80, The Witch's Nature, Ning Rongrong's Little Scheme. Listening to the voice in his mind, which carried a hint of sobbing, Qian felt a bit of sympathy. However, Qian first looked inward at the dantian to sense the spirit of this body. Inside the dantian, a 7-story pagoda stood, with each level inlaid with different types of gemstones, radiating 7-colored light. 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. So it's her. Qian recognized this spirit. Based on the spirit, Qian roughly guessed the identity of this body. She should be Ning Rongrong of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. "Little girl, don't be afraid. I'm just borrowing your body for a day," Qian reassured her. Hearing the voice transmitted through Qian's mental force, Ning Rongrong did not feel much more at ease. Although she was willful and loved to throw tantrums, this was built upon her status as the young miss of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In the sect, aside from Ning Fengji being strict with her, everyone else pampered and spoiled her, almost always granting her every request, with many people revolving around her. She was born with the life of a princess, so having a bit of a princess temper was normal. But now, her body had been taken over by someone else and was out of her control. Her status as the young miss was useless. Thus, she felt panicked. Qian had previously been groping her chest, which led her to have unpleasant associations. "I don't want that. Can you leave my body? I can give you gold coins, I can give you all kinds of jewelry." Ning Rongrong pleaded. Qian's eyes lit up. "Gold coins, jewelry. You still have these things." Ning Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief, because golden treasures were within the scope of what she could control. If the strange thing engaging in possession of her liked money, then there was room for negotiation. Yes, I definitely have them. Inside the spirit tool on my left hand, there is a gold spirit coin card, and some gemstones. I can give them all to you. Qian fixed his gaze on her left hand and exclaimed in admiration, "Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that." Fair wrists like congealed frost and snow, was actually a realistic description. Her skin was truly excellent, even better than a baby's skin. Qian averted his gaze, looked at the spirit tool on the wrist, input spirit power, and saw what was inside. A black gold spirit coin card, a few precious gemstones, and a small pile of gold coins. Little girl, if I'm not mistaken, this gold spirit coin card should be a registered card, right? And these few gemstones, they should be gems that can only be found by your 7 treasure glazed tile school, so you are trying to harm me, aren't you? Qian was not an ignorant person, he had also handled gold spirit coin cards from banks, so how could he not know what an unregistered card looked like? As for these gemstones, that was just his guess. I didn't. Ning Rongrong panicked, her scheme had actually been seen through. She hadn't expected her little scheme to be uncovered. If Qian dared to go to the bank to withdraw money, he would definitely expose her. And those few gemstones were indeed her prized collection. Only a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit with excellent talent could sense gemstones of this quality. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. I don't want the rest, I will just gratefully accept this small pile of gold coins. Qian said. This small pile of gold coins was at least a few thousand, enough for him to spend for quite a while. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Qian didn't continue to mess with her body, this bit of money was nothing. The next moment, she saw a scene she would never forget, that pile of gold coins simply disappeared. What kind of ability is this? Ning Rongrong had absolutely no perception of this. Qian wasn't a bad person, having taken Ning Rongrong's money, he naturally had to give her some benefits. He planned to give Ning Rongrong a piece of whale glue to enhance her physique, allowing her to absorb a high-quality 3rd spirit ring. However, the money to buy the whale glue would still have to come from Ning Rongrong, so there was no rush for this matter. Little girl, thank you for your gold coins. Tell me, what are your plans for today? If I'm using your identity and commit some taboo, that would be bad. Upon hearing this, some thoughts flashed through Ning Rongrong's mind. Senior, my name is Ning Rongrong, I come from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, you can just call me Rongrong. I have to go to the clan school for class today, please don't miss the time. Ning Rongrong said. Qian said, all right, I will wash up, you can guide me to your clan school in a while. He was just wanting to learn the mind separation control technique collected by the 7 treasure glazed tile school to perfect his combined spirit ability, the blue-silver spear formation. This secret technique should be something that all inner sect disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school must learn, so he should be able to learn it at the clan school. Ning Rongrong watched as Qian skillfully washed up, changed clothes, and groomed himself. Her whole body had been seen by Qian. If I had known, I wouldn't have worn pajamas to sleep. Ning Rongrong felt some regret, but at this moment she could only endure it. Also, why is he so skilled? He must often use this perverted possession skill to bully innocent women. Seeing Qian so skilled at wearing women's clothes and grooming women, Ning Rongrong naturally thought this way. Moreover, she dared to be certain that Qian was definitely not a woman. What woman would wake up and immediately rub her own chest? Qian finally finished washing up and, under Ning Rongrong's guidance, headed towards their clan school. Along the way, Qian had his eyes opened. This place was a cluster of magnificent castles, and the location of their clan school was actually much more luxurious than the other buildings. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is truly wealthy, they actually built their family's introductory academy so well. Qian exclaimed in admiration. Ning Rongrong felt a bit guilty and replied, that goes without saying, our 7 treasure glazed tile school just isn't short of money. Qian followed Ning Rongrong's guidance and entered this magnificent ancient castle. Once inside, Qian discovered that there was a fairly large training grounds here. An old man in white robes was sitting in the center of the training grounds holding a sword, his eyes half closed, with spirit power radiating from his body, his aura extremely sharp. Qian only glanced at him once and felt a stinging sensation on his skin. What a sharp aura! Qian exclaimed in shock. Upon seeing the old man, Ning Rongrong hurriedly urged, "That is my teacher, hurry over and say hello." "I don't trust a word you say," Qian thought to himself. In Qian's view, there was only one person in the 7 treasure glazed tile school who could have such an aura, and that was Sword Douluo Chenshin. Moreover, when Qian possessed Qian Runshui, he had seen Chenshin several times, so how could he not recognize him? If he went up and called him teacher, he might just expose himself. This Ning Rongrong, as expected, was still not being honest. Chenshin sensed someone approaching and slowly stopped his cultivation. He opened his eyes, and his aura became extremely refined and easygoing, somewhat similar to Ning Fengji. "Grandpa Sword," Qian called out obediently. Ning Rongrong was stunned. He actually knew Chenshin and also knew how she usually addressed Grandpa Sword. Her scheme had failed, and since he was so familiar with her, could it be that he was someone close to her? "Hee, Rongrong, what trouble have you caused this time?" Chenshin asked with a chuckle. Chapter 81, Chenshin's Comprehension, Ning Rongrong's Scheme Fails. Open black lens bracket current mission. Change Ning Rongrong's fate and cultivate a flawless goddess. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase reward. Cultivating using Ning Rongrong's body, spirit power can be fed back to the main body. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, divine descent. With the consent of the person the host has possessed, the host can descend and possess them again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mission details. 1. Make Ning Rongrong willing to cultivate diligently and change her spoiled young miss personality. 2. Allow Ning Rongrong to gain the genuine approval of those around her. Close black lens bracket. The system mission that Qian had long been waiting for was finally issued. Looking at the mission rewards, his heart pounded with excitement. It seems this mission must be completed. If this divine descent is truly useful, he can possess those he has possessed before. Moreover, the phantom of his divine artifact, the sea-calming divine pearl, can reflect the past, making it convenient whether for saving others or saving himself. This would give him a true life-saving skill, allowing him to use the sea-calming divine pearl to escape at any time. This mission is also simple. Qian thought to himself. Ning Rongrong is quite lazy when it comes to cultivation. Firstly, although her talent is outstanding, her upper limit isn't high, she can only cultivate up to the Spirit Saint rank at most. As a Spirit Master with innate spirit power of rank 9, cultivating to Spirit Saint is effortless, which is why she is so neglectful. Once her upper limit is broken, she will naturally cultivate diligently. Secondly, because she has been spoiled, I will become her strict father and teach her how to behave. As for gaining the approval of those around her, Qian can completely handle the leveling. After Qian finished reading the mission, he felt much more settled. Just then, Chenshin's voice came from beside his ear. "Heh, what trouble has Rongrong gotten into this time?" How could Chenshin not know? Ning Rongrong's personality. Relying on his and Gu Rong's doting affection, she always comes to them for help after causing trouble. Although they would outwardly agree to stand up for Ning Rongrong, they would never truly interfere with Ning Fengji's parenting. "Grandpa Sword, you misunderstood. I just came to see you," Qian said obediently. Ning Rongrong's cute appearance was too misleading. As long as Qian lowered his demeanor, he looked extremely well behaved. "You girl, class is about to start. Why are you coming to see this old man?" Chenshin's words contradicted his heart. He scolded her verbally, but inwardly he was extremely happy. His spirit had not yet been retracted, and Qian stared at it for quite some time. Chenshin's spirit, the 7-kill sword, did not have a single spirit ring on it, but instead had 9 stars of various colors inlaid on the sword. "Grandpa Sword, why can't I see any spirit rings on your 7-kill sword?" Qian asked curiously. Chenshin raised the 7-kill sword, not minding sharing his comprehension. "Rongrong, do you see these 7 stars on my sword?" These are my spirit rings. It's just that I cultivated the 7-kill sword to its peak and gained my own comprehension, allowing the spirit rings and the spirit to completely merge into one. Upon reaching this realm, every move I make is more powerful than any spirit ability I had before. Listening to Chen Xin's explanation, Qian thought of his body martial soul. When the body martial soul is cultivated to its peak, it also requires a secondary awakening to unleash greater strength. Chen Xin's comprehension was actually somewhat similar to a spirit's secondary awakening. He cultivated the 7-kill sword to its peak, allowing his spirit to break through and become stronger. Grandpa Sword, can I achieve a secondary awakening for my spirit? Qian inquired. Making the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda become a higher tier spirit, like the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. At this moment, even Ning Rongrong stopped thinking about how to counteract Qian, having been drawn in by Qian's words. 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. If I can achieve that, wouldn't I be considered the first person in the 7-treasure glazed tile school to do so? The thought that even her usually strict father would have to lose to her made her unable to suppress the joy in her heart. I didn't expect this guy to be quite capable. He actually thought of something like this. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. At this point, she was no longer so eager to take back her body. Cultivation is so strenuous anyway, she might as well let Qian handle the leveling for her while she reaps the benefits afterward. A spirit's secondary awakening. That's a great description, Rongrong, your phrasing is excellent. Chen Xin said with satisfaction. However, making the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda undergo a secondary awakening is very difficult. Chen Xin said, frowning slightly. Saying it was difficult was just a polite way of putting it. In reality, he believed it was impossible for the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to undergo a secondary awakening. Rongrong, I only managed to achieve this when I broke through to level 96. To make a spirit undergo a secondary awakening, first, you must cultivate the spirit to its peak. Your spirit talent is already outstanding, with innate spirit power of rank 9. However, you can only cultivate up to rank 79, which is far from the peak of this talent. Second, you must gain comprehension of the power of heaven and earth, as well as the spirit itself, to allow the spirit to undergo a secondary awakening. To gain such comprehension, your spirit power and mental force must both reach a certain level of strength, otherwise you won't be able to perceive the profound mysteries within. As if afraid Ning Rongrong wouldn't understand, Chen Xin actually began to display his abilities. Rongrong, watch this. The attention of both Qian and Ning Rongrong was drawn to Chen Xin. Chen Xin raised his sword, and the power of heaven and earth resonated with his spirit, causing a phantom identical to him to appear behind him. This phantom was 5 or 6 meters tall, like Chen Xin's Dharma idol. When he swung his sword, the phantom behind him swung its sword as well. A casual move could erupt with terrifying sword light. Rongrong, my spirit is a tool spirit, and what I cultivate is the tool spirit true body. But after I gained comprehension of the power of heaven and earth, this tool spirit true body was able to evolve into this form. Do you feel it? Of course, I can also use the original tool spirit true body. The typical tool spirit true body involves the tool spirit transforming into a massive weapon, protecting the main body within it. For example, the Clear Sky avatar is a massive hammer, reaching 100 meters long when achieving level 96. When Chen Xin now uses the original tool spirit true body, he can also swing a 100-meter giant sword, which is the normal state of his tool spirit true body. And his current state actually resembles a god. The sea god Poseidon from back then should have been able to achieve this too, right? Grandpa Sword is truly amazing. Qian praised sincerely. Chen Xin smiled and retracted the phantom behind him, but he shook his head. Rongrong, there is always someone better, and a heaven beyond heaven. My little trick is nothing in the face of absolute crushing strength. He hadn't forgotten the terror of the level 99 limit Douluo. He was only level 96 now, still far from that level. Grandpa Sword, I understand. I will work hard on my cultivation. Qian had already entered power leveling mode and began boosting Ning Rongrong's favorability. Of course, Chen Xin's unreserved lesson today also received Qian's sincere approval. These comprehensions might provide some inspiration for his future cultivation. All right, the most important thing for you now is to go back to class. Go on, Chen Xin said. Qi Tian said his farewells. Then, Grandpa Sword, I'll head to class now. Chapter 82, Heart Separation Control Technique, Multitasking. Qi Tian left the ancient castle where Chen Xin resided and immediately began to take advantage of Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you weren't honest. Did you think Sword Douluo could see through our current state? And then take action to deal with me? Sword Douluo is a level 96 titled Douluo. He is so strong, you must have thought he was omnipotent, right? Were you desperate when you realized even Sword Douluo couldn't see through it? Qi Tian asked. Ning Rongrong felt a little flustered, but not overly so. Because she had already realized that besides Qi Tian being a bit lustful, he posed no great danger to her. Being lustful was nothing, what else could he do besides touch her? Anyway, it was her own body, at most, this counted as self-touching. Senior is amazing. You actually guessed the thoughts of this little girl. Senior is magnanimous and surely won't mind this little thing, right? Does she feel unable to resist, so she's just giving up? Qi Tian thought. Qi Tian sighed and said, alas, I originally wanted to give you some good things, but your actions disappoint me too much. Good things? What kind of good things could you possibly have? Ning Rongrong thought. Recalling how greedy Qi Tian looked when he took her pile of gold coins, she concluded that Qi Tian had nothing good. However, Ning Rongrong wasn't stupid, she knew she should cooperate with Qi Tian now. Senior, I was wrong. Can you tell me what those good things are? Ning Rongrong pleaded. First, show me the way, and we'll talk on the way. Qi Tian said. This time, Ning Rongrong played no tricks and honestly showed Qi Tian the way. She was afraid that if Qi Tian really left tomorrow and she hadn't attended class, she would again face questioning from her father. As for telling the truth, that was impossible. If word got out that her body had been taken over by a man, what would happen to her reputation? I have a method that can allow support spirit masters to possess combat capabilities. Qi Tian said. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The spirit of their 7 treasure glazed tile school is the ultimate support spirit. No matter what spirit ring is attached, it cannot gain attack power. If others kill a power-type spirit beast, they can obtain a power-type attacking spirit ability. But when the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda attaches the same kind of spirit ring, it gains a power-type amplification support spirit ability, and the bonus is fixed. The age limit of the attached spirit ring only affects the spirit power consumption of the spirit ability. Senior, are you not lying to me? Ning Rongrong asked. If they could possess attack power, their 7 treasure glazed tile school could rise up. Putting aside everything else, at least there wouldn't be such strict bodyguard requirements when going out. She didn't want to have to bring 2 guards every time she went out in the future, it was too restrictive. Just like Ning Fengji, every time he travels, he must bring Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, it's too much trouble. Of course it's true. I possess a spirit soul method that allows your spirit power to merge with a spirit beast soul imprint, incubating a spirit soul. The spirit soul can assist you in combat, indirectly giving you attack power. Moreover, the spirit soul can grow, making your attack power stronger and stronger. Ning Rongrong was moved, and everything Qi Tian said sounded logical and tempting. Senior, please help me. I was truly wrong. If you can give me combat power, I will do anything. Ning Rongrong said. Really? Qi Tian asked. Ning Rongrong thought about what she would be like after gaining combat power and felt that sacrificing a little something was worth it. Of course it's true. Ning Rongrong's tone was firm. But Qi Tian buried his head and walked toward the clan school, ignoring Ning Rongrong, which made her anxious, and she kept saying, nice things. Qi Tian simply left Ning Rongrong hanging and went straight to the clan school's library, where he found the mind separation control technique and began studying it. Heart separation control technique. Senior wants to learn this. I can explain it to you. Ning Rongrong said. Although she didn't practice it well herself, she was just lazy, and her understanding of this secret technique was still good. No need. Qi Tian said. This heart separation control technique was not difficult. Qian only skimmed through it once, grasped some concepts, and immediately entered the state of 3 aperture governing heart. In this state, controlling Ning Rongrong's body and his own body caused no more trouble, and it wouldn't delay his cultivation. What a good secret technique. Not only can it help me perfect my spirit abilities, but it can also help me maintain the state of one soul, 2 bodies. Qian even fantasized about whether he could use his heart for multiple tasks in the future, possessing several people simultaneously, and having excellent time management skills. Physically, he has the body martial soul, and his body is strong enough to satisfy them. Mentally, he could use his heart for multiple tasks to give them sufficient companionship, perfect. Moreover, cultivating this secret technique can make my mental force stronger and stronger. Qian thought. Although this secret technique is not like the cultivation method of Tang San's purple demon eye, if you use it, you progress, if you don't, you regress. By using his heart for multiple tasks, his mental force will also advance. Senior, are you really sure you don't need it? Ning Rongrong asked again. She didn't realize that she was acting like a sycophant, constantly trying to get Qian's attention. Qian realized the change in her attitude and knew he didn't have to keep her hanging anymore. After returning to the classroom for class, Qian finally began chatting with Ning Rongrong. Again, Rongrong, the spirit soul method is not something everyone can use, only a genius can contract a spirit soul. Qian said, "Aren't I a genius?" Ning Rongrong thought, then quieted down and listened to Qian explain the method. To contract a spirit soul, you first need powerful mental force and spirit power, otherwise the spirit beast soul imprint cannot incubate a spirit soul. Secondly, you need an empty spirit ring slot. For example, when you are at level 22, you have the chance to contract a 1,000-year spirit soul. However, the best choice is to contract a 50,000-year spirit soul when you break through level 70. Just think, how enormous the mental force and spirit power needed must be to incubate a 50,000-year spirit soul. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately felt a little discouraged. Is there no way then? Ning Rongrong asked. Qian said, of course there is a way. As long as you cultivate diligently, both your mental force and spirit power can improve. Take the mind separation control technique, for example. What aperture have you cultivated to? Ning Rongrong felt a little embarrassed. She was truly too lazy, she hadn't even mastered the 2nd aperture of the mind separation control technique. Your innate spirit power is rank 9, yet you are only level 22 now. Do you think you've worked hard? Over 4 years, averaging just over 2 levels per year, it's a huge waste of talent. However, Ning Rongrong had her own reason. Senior, support spirits are just like this, they are harder to cultivate than battle spirit masters. HMPH. Think carefully, have you diligently cultivated normally? Have you gone treasure hunting, or developed your spirit in a simulated environment? If you won't do this, and you won't do that, how can I help you contract a spirit soul? Ning Rongrong said weakly, Senior, won't it be enough if I cultivate diligently from now on? You must help me contract a spirit soul. Good. It's a deal. Qian said, satisfied. Ning Rongrong felt that something was wrong, she seemed to have been tricked. But she couldn't pinpoint the problem, as Qian truly seemed to be acting for her benefit. Chapter 83, Perfecting Spirit Abilities, Ning Rongrong's Transformation. After Qian made his promise to Ning Rongrong, he spent a day studying and cultivating. Ning Rongrong's spirit talent was quite good, and her cultivation speed was not slow, so Qian naturally wouldn't waste this spirit power cultivation level. At midnight, Qian, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. His split soul had returned to his main body. Zhu Zuqing in his arms snuggled closer to Qian, her soft body pressed tightly against him, like a docile kitten. Qian was unconsciously rubbed by Zhu Zuqing, and immediately found himself unable to sleep. Alas! The blood and qi from cultivating with the body martial soul are too strong. Zhu Zuqing had no idea how dangerous her actions were. However, she was still too young, so Qian forcibly suppressed the thought of directly devouring Zhu Zuqing. Qian began to divert his attention, unfolding his blue-silver domain, controlling the blue-silver grass outside the room, and cultivating his mind separation control technique. His goal was to combine his domain with spirit abilities to create some composite spirit abilities. And the mind separation control technique allowed him to control more blue-silver overlord spears, forming a blue-silver spear formation. Or control more wood dragons to fight together, increasing his attack power. Unconsciously, dawn broke in the east. Qian, having exhausted his spirit and spirit power, finally extinguished the fire in his heart and fell into a deep sleep, holding Zhu Zuqing. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, early morning. Ning Rongrong awoke from her dream. She didn't lie in bed as usual, but sat up directly. She had just had a dream, dreaming that her body was controlled by a mysterious person, and she could only watch herself being defiled. Ah, how could this young lady have such a dream? It's all Senior's fault. Ning Rongrong grumbled. She subconsciously thought that Qian was still possessing her, and she didn't even dare to curse him in her address. A clear voice entered her ears, and Ning Rongrong was startled, suddenly realizing that she seemed to be able to control her own body. That pervert really left. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief, raised her hand to touch her cheek, and only relaxed after confirming that she wasn't dreaming. I'm going to find father and the 2 protector grandpas. Ning Rongrong thought subconsciously, but the next moment, she rejected this idea. For no other reason, Qian's promise was still a bit tempting. What if she tipped him off and missed the opportunity to contract a spirit soul and gain combat power? HMPH, even if I don't report him, this young lady can't do nothing. Ning Rongrong planned to investigate the person who controlled her body while diligently cultivating according to his requirements. Anyway, although diligent cultivation was a bit tiring, it wasn't without benefits for her. Ning Rongrong looked back at her bed and gave up the idea of going back to sleep. Cultivate, I must cultivate hard. Ning Rongrong got up, changed out of her slightly damp pajamas, and after washing up, went to the training grounds. Rongrong, why are you so early today? In an open space, 3 pairs of eyes looked over in unison. Ning Rongrong focused her gaze and saw that it was her father and the 2 protector grandpas. Father, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Gu, I couldn't sleep, so I'm going to cultivate. What are you doing here? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Chen Xin, as if asking something. Chen Xin shook his head and said, it's nothing, Rongrong already knows. Ning Fengji then said, your Grandpa Sword has broken through to level 96. Your Grandpa Gu and I are planning to test his strength. Yesterday, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong felt a massive spirit power fluctuation within the sect, and finally discovered that the source of the fluctuation was Chen Xin. Only then did they realize that Chen Xin had already broken through to level 96. Chen Xin's breakthrough made Gu Rong a little jealous, so he pulled Ning Fengji along to test Chen Xin's strength. Their test today had 2 parts. First, Ning Fengji would buff Gu Rong, who would then spar with Chen Xin. Second, Ning Fengji would test how long he could maintain Chen Xin at full buff with his level 79 spirit power. You've been doing well recently, hurry up and cultivate. Ning Fengji said. HMPH. If you won't let me watch, then I won't. When I also possess the strength of a battle spirit master, I'll give you a big surprise. Although Ning Rongrong really wanted to watch the battle, she still went to cultivate due to Ning Fengji's pressure. A few days later, Qian possessed Ning Rongrong again. He actually felt a bit tired, which was unaccustomed for someone who had adapted to a powerful body. Not only that, Qian also felt some muscles in his body subtly aching. Qian guessed that this was the result of Ning Rongrong's diligent cultivation these past few days. Presumably, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School didn't have corresponding secret medicines, so Ning Rongrong's fatigue hadn't been alleviated. After all, they were a sect known for their auxiliary spirits, unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which had medicinal bath formulas specifically for the body. Qian rubbed his aching calves, thighs, lower abdomen, and chest muscles, feeling incredibly refreshed. Just then, Ning Rongrong's soul woke up. His Tilda Senior, is that you? Can you, please stop rubbing, it hurts so much. Ning Rongrong pleaded. Of course, it wasn't just soreness, there was also a strange, embarrassing sensation, but Ning Rongrong was too shy to say it. Rongrong, it seems you're very obedient. You've been cultivating according to the cultivation plan I gave you these past few days. Qian praised. The cultivation plan. He arranged for Ning Rongrong covered physical exercise, spirit power cultivation, the mind separation control technique, theoretical knowledge, and so on. Ning Rongrong's voice came intermittently, rising and falling with Qian's actions of stimulating her circulation. Of course, Senior, I haven't been lazy. These past few days, she not only completed the cultivation plan with quality and quantity but also used her remaining time to investigate the spirit masters around her. Unfortunately, she found no results. The spirit masters around her didn't have such a spirit ability that could control other people's bodies. Well done, but if you over-exercise your body like this, you'll easily injure yourself over time. I have a bucket of medicinal water here that can help relieve your fatigue. Qian used the sea calming divine pearl to teleport a bathtub over. This was the medicinal water his main body had soaked in last night, and the remaining medicinal effects were enough for Ning Rongrong to use this time. This ability is too incredible. Ning Rongrong looked at the suddenly appearing bathtub in shock. Although her family had even more luxurious bathtubs, she was still startled by Qian's methods. Qian took off his pajamas and entered the medicinal tub, soaking and continuing to massage himself. This was difficult for Ning Rongrong. She was already delicate, and under Qian's circulation stimulating techniques and the effects of the medicinal bath. Her body was sore and happy, experiencing both ice and fire. Qian's soul had long adapted to this feeling, but Ning Rongrong had not. She let out easily misleading moans in Qian's mind, making Qian's thoughts wander. Especially since Ning Rongrong's body was exposed to his gaze and hands. Forget it, I'll just give her whale glue directly. Her body is too weak, not at all like a spirit master. Qian felt a bit mentally exhausted. Chapter 84, Revisiting the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. After Qian bathed and changed, Ning Rongrong was too tired to talk to him. Rongrong, I have a secret medicine that can quickly strengthen your physique. Do you want it? Qian asked. What secret medicine? Ning Rongrong forced herself to perk up. Although she had worked hard these past few days, she would be happy to take a shortcut if there was one. Moreover, since Qian brought it up, this shortcut definitely wouldn't affect her future spirit soul contracts. The formula for the secret medicine is a secret, I can't tell you. This secret medicine is expensive, so you need to give me some gold coins. Qian said. Quite expensive. How much? Ning Rongrong was a little uneasy. Although she had a considerable family fortune, she would still need to consult Ning Fengji before buying something expensive. Qian said, 5,000 gold coins. What? Only 5,000 gold coins? Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. From Qian's tone, she thought it would be 50,000 gold coins. She could afford these 5,000 gold coins herself. The last time Qian took the change from her spirit tool, she went to the bank and withdrew some more change to put in her spirit tool. Senior, I have 5,000 gold coins in my spirit tool. You can take them to prepare the secret medicine. Tisk, so rich. It seems I charged too little for this service. Qian thought to himself. But there was nothing to regret, he had already received a pile of gold coins from Ning Rongrong before. Qian took the gold coins from Ning Rongrong's spirit tool, then had his main body roast a piece of whale glue until soft and transmitted it over. Is this the secret medicine Senior mentioned? Ning Rongrong asked, looking at the soft, yellow gelatinous substance with some uncertainty. That's right, Qian said, then put the whale glue into his mouth. Whale glue was extremely precious. Ordinary people would scrape off some powder to consume it, which was enough to revitalize them. Spirit masters had stronger tolerance and could swallow the whale glue directly after roasting it soft. A wave of hot, fishy smell came, making one nauseous. Ning Rongrong's already tired spirit became much more alert at this moment. So disgusting, Ning Rongrong complained in Qian's mind. If she had to eat it herself, she would definitely spit out this fishy and foul-smelling thing. However, Qian was already used to it. After swallowing the whale glue, his body gradually heated up. How is it? Do you feel your body has gotten much stronger? Qian asked. The whale glue took effect quickly. As soon as Qian finished speaking, Ningrongrong felt her body filled with vitality. But she kept recalling the nightmares she had these past few days, remembering the scenes of being bullied by the faceless Qian in her dreams, which felt a bit strange. As a master of gun control, Qian naturally wouldn't be affected by the side effects of whale glue. After some preparations, he went out to cultivate. Ningrongrong, however, couldn't. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She felt that both her mind and body were no longer pure. She suspected that the medicine Qian gave her was not a proper one, but she had no evidence. Nearly half a year passed in a flash, and Qian turned 11. While diligently cultivating, he lived a life like an immortal couple with Zhu Zuqing. At the same time, he trained Ningrongrong, using her identity to consult Ji Yurong and Chen Xin on cultivation issues. In these past 6 months, Qian progressed further, breaking through to level 35 spirit power. Zhu Zuqing also didn't fall behind in cultivation. Perhaps because her knot was untied, her spirit power also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching level 25. Ningrongrong also changed a lot. Qian saw her efforts over the past 6 months. Her spirit power even broke through to level 24, attracting the attention of many people in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If even the young miss, who could rely on her looks, status, and talent, worked so hard, what reason did others have not to work hard? Qian possessed Ningrongrong again. Ningrongrong skillfully called out, "Senior," and reported her cultivation progress for the past few days. "Well done, I see your effort." Qian praised. Ningrongrong was very happy. "Senior, is there a reward?" In the past 6 months, she had received many things from Qian, such as medicinal baths to relieve fatigue, whale glue, and mysterious heaven skill. And all she gave in return was diligently cultivating according to Qian's requirements, along with some cold gold coins. Let me think. Qian pretended to ponder. Ningrongrong was somewhat expectant. In half a year, she had long grown accustomed to Qian's presence. She even wanted Qian to reveal his true form, recruit him into the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and become her personal bodyguard. This promise was not light. Personal bodyguards for disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were usually their partners. Of course, the sect master was an exception. As long as Qian was willing to show himself, wasn't ugly, and wasn't weak in strength, she was ready to commit. "How about this, I'll take you to collect a medicinal herb," Qian said. The medicinal herb Qian wanted to collect was the Douluo tulip, to evolve Ningrongrong's spirit into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. If her spirit could evolve, giving her a chance to break through to titled Douluo, she shouldn't miss this opportunity to slack off. Once Ningrongrong's transformation was complete, Qian's mission would also be almost finished. Ningrongrong was a little disappointed but still happily said, "Thank you, Senior." "All right, then I'll go find Bone Douluo and have him act as your temporary guard," Qian said. As the young miss of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ningrongrong was watched by many people, so it was impossible for her to go out alone. Qian wouldn't be careless and planned to directly ask Ji Yurong, the second strongest among the 7 treasure glazed tile school's 4,000 spirit masters, to guard him. He chose Bone Douluo not only because of his strength but also because he doted on Ningrongrong the most, making the success rate of him coming out as a guard high. And with Bone Douluo accompanying them, Ningfengji would also be willing to let her go out. In Sunset Forest, a combination of an old man and a young woman hurried towards the depths of the forest. "Rongrong, you're only level 24, and it's not time to absorb a spirit ring yet, so why are you coming to Sunset Forest? If you were a battle spirit master, you could come here to fight spirit beasts and temper yourself, but you're an auxiliary spirit master." Ji Yurong stroked his already sparse hair, unable to understand why Ningrongrong was here. "Grandpa Ji Yu, don't ask so many questions." Qi didn't know how to explain, so he casually brushed him off. All right, I won't ask. Ji Yurong laughed helplessly. Qi hurried towards the center of Sunset Forest with some apprehension, wondering if the immortal herb in the ice and fire yin-yang well was still there. After all, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong knew about this place, and they both had the strength to control it. Moreover, Bibi Dong had a guard, Chrysanthemum Douluo, whose spirit inheritance contained information about immortal herbs. If Bibi Dong knew all the information about immortal herbs, she might have plundered the ice and fire yin-yang well clean. With this in mind, Qi finally arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang well with Bone Douluo. Who's there? At this moment, a figure flashed away from a mountain near the ice and fire yin-yang well, noticed by Bone Douluo. Chapter 85, Bibi Dong's Informant, Transplanting Immortal Herbs. Bone Douluo is a rank 95 titled Douluo, and few people can escape his grasp. But his duty today was to protect Ning Rongrong, so seeing the figure disappear, he did not rashly pursue it. If it were a feint to lure him away, Ning Rongrong, a support spirit master who is powerless in a fight, would easily be sacrificed if something happened. Rongrong, this is already the deepest part of the Sunset Forest. If there's nothing else, shouldn't we leave? Bone Douluo felt uneasy, thinking it would be better to send Ning Rongrong back to the sect first. Grandpa Ji Yu, it's still early, wait a little longer. It will only take a moment. Could you take me to the valley above? I want to take a look there. Qi said. Bone Douluo felt relieved. The little ancestor was finally done with her antics. All right, watch this. Ji Yurong happily agreed, sending Qi to the ice and fire yin-yang well above. In the valley, the poisonous miasma of hot poison and cold poison still permeated the air. Qi breathed a sigh of relief because he saw a new batch of medicinal ingredients growing in the valley. These medicinal ingredients had not been completely plundered, and the immortal herbs he wanted should still be there. Bone Douluo frowned. Rongrong, the miasma here is poisonous, don't go near it. He was about to take Qi away, but Qi calmly took out a pill and put it into his mouth. Grandpa Ji Yu, I took an antidote pill, so I'm not afraid of the miasma here. Just wait for me here, I'll be out soon. Ji Yurong finally understood that Ning Rongrong's destination was here, as she had even prepared an antidote pill. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had come prepared, Ji Yurong finally felt safe letting Qi enter the valley. He himself guarded the outside to prevent any accidents. Any spirit power fluctuations here could not escape his perception, and he could ensure Ning Rongrong's safety. You little girl, why didn't you just say you wanted to come here earlier? You made me worry for so long. Go in, and be careful. Ji Yurong said. Qi entered the valley and plunged into the miasma. Ji Yurong only completely relaxed when he saw that Qi was not poisoned. The pill he ate was made from the fresh blood of his main body. Because his main body contained a miniature ice and fire yin-yang well, the miasma here posed no threat to him at all. So many spirit medicines. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock. She came from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so her knowledge was not shallow, and she naturally recognized the medicinal ingredients growing here. Those patches of medicinal ingredients were actually 1,000-year spirit medicines, and she could even spot many 10,000-year medicine kings. These medicinal ingredients were too precious, even their 7 treasure glazed tile school could not produce them all at once. The previous feeling of loss was swept away the moment she saw these spirit medicines. Qi glanced around, found the few immortal herbs, and finally felt relieved. It seems Bibi Dong didn't occupy this place, otherwise these immortal herbs wouldn't have been left behind. Qi thought to himself. Now, all these spirit medicines are mine. Rather than letting Tang San scrape the ground bare, it was better for Qi to enjoy the benefits. My divine artifact, the sea-calming divine pearl, can accommodate living things. I wonder if I can transplant these spirit medicines into it. Qi suddenly thought. However, the sea-calming divine pearl was chaotic inside, so these spirit medicines probably wouldn't have a place to settle. Let's try it first. Qi first came to the pool of the ice and fire yin-yang well and tried to collect some extremely cold and extremely hot spring water into the sea-calming divine pearl. If this spring water was stored in the sea calming divine pearl, it could be taken out to fight enemies when danger arose. But, just as Qi collected some spring water into the sea calming divine pearl, 5-colored light bloomed, and the sea calming divine pearl actually began to actively swallow the pool water. What is this? Qi watched this scene in shock. This was the first time he had seen the sea calming divine pearl undergo such a change. Sensing the interior of the sea calming divine pearl, he found that the originally chaotic sea calming divine pearl had undergone earth-shattering changes after absorbing the pool water. Ice and fire merged, like a volcanic eruption in the sea, and land was born from it. His sea calming divine pearl actually began to evolve into a small world with land. The water level of the milky white and red pool water dropped significantly before the sea calming divine pearl stopped swallowing the pool water. Perhaps because Qi had not completely refined the sea calming divine pearl, the world that evolved inside was not large. In the center of the sea calming divine pearl, there was a piece of land, and in the center of the land, a treasure spot like the ice and fire yin-yang well had actually formed. Could it be that the sea calming divine pearl absorbing such a treasure spot helps the divine artifact evolve? Could it even evolve into the myriad heavens later? Qi guessed. But this small world came at just the right time. Qi tried transplanting a spirit medicine into it and found that it could actually survive inside the sea calming divine pearl. Only then did he let loose, transplanting all the medicinal ingredients here into the sea calming divine pearl, and then scattering some medicinal seeds. New spirit medicines might grow here in a few years, but that would have nothing to do with Tang San anymore. After being busy for most of the day, Qi finally left the Sunset Forest with Ji Rong. In Spirit City, inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong was wearing a brilliant golden luxurious long dress, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and holding a piece of letter paper. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ji Rong. Ning Rongrong, good, so you are currently in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her gentle voice, however, made people feel a chill at this moment. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly, unsure if it was due to excitement or fear. This secret letter was sent from Heaven Do City. The person who wrote the letter was an agility attack system battle spirit Douluo she had stationed near the ice and fire yin-yang well. She instructed this spirit Douluo to monitor the ice and fire yin-yang well and report the information there to her promptly. If they encountered someone who had accidentally trespassed there, that spirit Douluo would expel them. If they encountered someone heading directly to the ice and fire yin-yang well, that spirit Douluo would thoroughly investigate the person's identity and report it. Now, she had finally waited for the person she had been looking for. Qi, you must be in possession of Ning Rongrong, right? I've seen through this trick of yours. Bibi Dong asserted. If Qi had been captured by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and forced to reveal information about the ice and fire yin-yang well, then Ning Rongrong wouldn't have needed to make the trip. Therefore, Bibi Dong determined that the phantom she was looking for was currently in possession of Ning Rongrong. Erlong, the person we are looking for is right in Heaven Do City, yet you didn't discover him. You truly disappoint me, but if that's the case, don't blame me for capturing him first. Bibi Dong smiled slightly. Bibi Dong arranged the matters in Spirit City and immediately rushed towards Heaven Do City. Qi did not know that he had already been exposed to Bibi Dong's gaze. He had already returned from Ning Rongrong's body at this time. As for the immortal herbs, they were still planted inside Qi sea calming divine pearl and had not been given to Ning Rongrong. Qi also wanted the spirit power boost gained from consuming the immortal herbs, so naturally, he wouldn't give the immortal herbs to Ning Rongrong right now. He would wait until the next time he was in possession of Ning Rongrong before borrowing Ning Rongrong's body to consume the immortal herbs. Then, with the power of the system, he would advance his cultivation level further. Chapter 86, Shui Qinghei's Invitation. Within Qi sea calming divine pearl, several immortal herbs were cultivated. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the Narcissus Jade Bone to Zhu Zuqing. He wanted to wait until he completed Ning Rongrong's mission, then possess Zhu Zuqing again, and then have her consume the immortal herb. Qi wanted to see if he could piggyback on the system's rewards. However, this hope was slim, because the spirit power cultivation level he gained after possessing them were all stage rewards from the system. Now that the mission was complete, these rewards were probably gone. The rewards might be gone, but his soul should be nourished as his spirit power cultivation level increased. So Qian didn't immediately give Zhu Zuqing the immortal herb. Outside Heaven Do City, in the center of Sunset Forest, was the ice and fire yin-yang well. Bibi Dong stood in the valley, looking at the completely harvested medicine garden, but she showed no anger, only excitement. "It's him, it's really him," Bibi Dong exclaimed excitedly. She looked at the pond water, which had dropped a little, and her heart was completely certain that this was Qian's doing. An ordinary person seeing the situation here would at most pick the spiritual herbs, and would never think of touching the spring water. But Qian knew the purpose of that pond water, only he would try to take some of it away. You wouldn't want to use the pond water to enhance the strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would you? Bibi Dong thought to herself. The inner disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were all auxiliary spirit masters, with no offensive power. If they used this spring water, it would indeed be a bit tricky. Although Bibi Dong didn't care, because she was immune to these 2 terrifying spring waters. But she cared about Qian's attitude. If Qian wanted to help the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would she still carry out the spirit annihilation operation against the 7 treasure glazed tile school? HMPH, I'll catch you first and then we'll talk. Let's see where you'll escape this time. Bibi Dong thought to herself. In Heaven Do City, at the Crown Prince's mansion, Qian Runshui saw Bibi Dong with a hint of surprise, but she still hid her emotions very well. She asked indifferently, "Senior sister, why are you here? Is Spirit Hall's operation going to be brought forward?" Qian Runshui had long made ample preparations. Her current power was considerable. Not only did she have Douluo as a subordinate, she also had her own people in the military, Heaven Do Royal Academy, and among the nobles, and had acknowledged Ning Fengji of the 7 treasure glazed tile school as her master. It could be said that as long as Shui Yi died, someone would bestow the imperial robe upon her. Bibi Dong shook her head. No hurry, it's not time yet. She didn't want the continent to fall into war so quickly, because she was afraid it would affect Qian. At the very least, she needed to clarify Qian's information first. Then why did senior sister come to Heaven Do City? You're not here to see me, are you? Qian Runshui felt a little smug. She regarded the current Bibi Dong as an idol and a rival. Bibi Dong coming to see her was undoubtedly an affirmation of her. Bibi Dong, however, shook her head. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Why would I come to see you? Some time ago, Qian Runshui had returned to Spirit City, and the two had already met. Go invite your junior sister here, I have something to discuss with her. Bibi Dong said. My junior sister? Qian Runshui was startled. When did she have a junior sister? Did her father have another daughter or disciple? It's Ning Rongrong. Bibi Dong explained. Qian Runshui suddenly understood. It was Shui Qinghei's junior sister. She was somewhat puzzled as to why Bibi Dong would invite Ning Rongrong, but she didn't probe further, knowing she would find out once. Ning Rongrong arrived. Bibi Dong invited Ning Rongrong, naturally, for Qian. Storming into the 7 treasure glazed tile school to capture Ning Rongrong was something only a fool would do. Escalating the conflict between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and Spirit Hall prematurely would not benefit Bibi Dong. A few days later, Qian possessed Ning Rongrong again. The mission was almost complete, and Qian was still a little reluctant to part with Ning Rongrong's soft body. Fortunately, after completing the mission, with Ning Rongrong's consent, he could possess her again. And Ning Rongrong, in order to be able to contract a spirit soul in the future, should not refuse his possession. Qian touched Ning Rongrong's soft little buns, and awakened Ning Rongrong's soul. Senior, you're here. Ning Rongrong finally woke up. Qian was quite satisfied with her attitude, so he asked, have you been diligently cultivating these past few days, and has anything happened recently? Senior, I've been very diligent, some parts of my body are still sore. Ning Rongrong said. She vaguely looked forward to taking a medicinal bath with Qi and having Qi massage her to soothe her muscles and bones, which was also one of her motivations for diligent cultivation. You've done very well. How about this? I'll leave the prescription for you, and in the future, you can get the herbs yourself and prepare the medicinal bath to relieve your body's soreness. Qi was about to complete his mission and wouldn't always possess Ning Rongrong, so he naturally wouldn't hold on to the medicinal bath prescription. Anyway, this formula came from Yu Shaogang, and there was no harm in it spreading, at most it would just cause some medicinal ingredients to increase in price. He now carried the sea-calming divine pearl, which contained an ice and fire yin-yang well, so he could grow any medicinal ingredients he wanted. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. Such a precious, medicinal bath formula, was it just being given to her directly? Their 7 treasure glazed tile school also had many battle spirit masters, and with this formula, the sect's strength could advance another level. However, not being able to take a medicinal bath with Qi today made her a little disappointed. Senior, yesterday my Crown Prince senior brother invited me to the Crown Prince's mansion as a guest, and my father also agreed. Ning Rongrong then brought up the main topic. Crown Prince senior brother, Shui Qing. Why would she invite Ning Rongrong? Qi was a little puzzled. Shui Qing and Ning Rongrong were 8 years apart in age and had little interaction, so why would she invite Ning Rongrong? However, Qi didn't think too much and decided to meet Shui Qing, then consume the immortal herb, complete the mission, and leave. It had also been a long time since he had seen Qian Runshui and Du Guyan. For him, it had been more than half a year, but for Qian Runshui, being possessed was already 7 or 8 years ago. After Qi finished washing up, guided by Ning Rongrong, he put on a pure white long dress for the banquet. Dressed in the formal gown, Ning Rongrong was like a precious gem, exquisite and noble. Qi couldn't help but look in the mirror a little longer. Qi brought his guards and headed to Heaven Do City, which was more than 10 li away. When he arrived at the Crown Prince's mansion, Shui Qing was already at the entrance to greet him. Qi wore a formal gown, but Shui Qing only wore a simple green long robe, appearing approachable. Senior brother, I apologize for making you wait. Qi bowed. Shui Qing smiled and praised, Junior sister is truly radiant today. After not seeing you for several months, Junior sister has become even more beautiful. He led Qi into the mansion and to the reception hall. In the reception hall, a woman dressed in a brilliant golden formal gown was staring intently at him. As soon as Qi entered the hall, he saw her, his pupils constricted, and he felt inexplicably guilty. Why is she here? Is Qian Runshui no longer hiding her infiltration? Qi was a bit nervous. If he saw something he shouldn't have, he might be silenced. Chapter 87. Goodbye Bibi Dong, Identity Exposed. Could it be that Spirit Hall is about to make a move and prepare to establish the Spirit Empire? Qi thought that Bibi Dong was going to abduct Ning Rongrong, and then move against the 7 treasure glazed tile school, starting the spirit extermination operation. So Qi was a little uneasy, afraid that Bibi Dong would harm Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was beautiful, and although she sometimes had a princess temper, Qi had seen her efforts during the half-year possession. It was impossible for Qi to have no feelings for such a good woman. At this moment, he had no idea that Bibi Dong had not come for Ning Rongrong, but for him. Senior brother Crown Prince, who is this beautiful older sister? Qi asked, feigning ignorance. Shui Qing smiled and said nothing. How could she introduce Bibi Dong's identity? If the 7 treasure glazed tile school knew that the Crown Prince had a close relationship with Spirit Hall, her undercover mission would also be in trouble. To be honest, she did not condone Bibi Dong's abnormal behavior today. But she still did it, because in her mind, some people were more important than the mission. Moreover, she now controlled a lot of the Heaven Do Empire's power, so even if she was exposed, the mission might not necessarily fail. Just then, Bibi Dong stood up and walked over to Qi. Bibi Dong was less than 1.7 meters tall, only slightly taller than Ning Rongrong, but Bibi Dong's oppressive aura was extremely powerful. Her face was flawlessly beautiful, and the 2 temperaments of majesty and gentleness converged on her, making her extremely attractive. Even though Qi Tian was extremely familiar with Bibi Dong, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. She's just a little older than me. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of jealousy. Ning Rongrong could sense where Qi Tian's gaze was, she just couldn't control her own body. Ning Rongrong noticed that Qi Tian had looked at Bibi Dong several times, especially at her face, chest, and legs. Does senior prefer long hair? Ning Rongrong guessed. She thought that perhaps she could also grow long hair to better suit Qi Tian's aesthetic. Bibi Dong stared into Qi Tian's eyes, seemingly discerning something, and she smiled softly. It's really you, Qi Tian. Bibi Dong had experienced this scanning habit many times. It was the same gaze he used when possessing her to look at Luer Long's figure. So she concluded that the person currently dominating Ning Rongrong's body must be Qi Tian. Bibi Dong's gentle voice sounded like a bolt from the blue to Qi Tian. Qi Tian was startled, but he still pretended to be calm, trying to muddle through. Sister, what Qi Tian are you talking about? My name is Ning Rongrong. Qian Runshui was also surprised by Bibi Dong's words. What? Qi Tian, didn't he go back to another world? She still remembered that the last time Qi Tian possessed her, he said he was a lonely soul from another world and would return to his own world. But why did Bibi Dong say Ning Rongrong was Qi Tian? Did Qi Tian fail to travel between worlds? Or was he lying to her before? Qian Runshui's body moved slightly, but she took no action, waiting to see what would happen. Bibi Dong's smile faded. I told you, even if you turn to ash, I can recognize you. Don't think that just because you're possessing Ning Rongrong, I won't recognize you. This time, you won't get away from me again. Qi Tian opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Bibi Dong spoke again. Come back with me, I have so much to tell you. Bibi Dong's gentle tone carried a hint of madness. If you refuse to admit it, then I'll have no choice but to act against the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qi Tian's mind exploded, and Ning Rongrong shouted in his head, Senior, who is she? Why is she so ridiculous? Doesn't she know the strength of our 7 treasure glazed tile school? How dare she move against the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Qi Tian no longer struggled. He knew that Bibi Dong had truly recognized his identity. He first explained to Ning Rongrong in his body, Rongrong, don't get excited, she really has the power to destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After speaking, he admitted his identity to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, it's me. I knew it was you. The madness and majesty on Bibi Dong's face all dissipated, and she embraced Qi Tian. Qi Tian was somewhat breathless from Bibi Dong's embrace, and Ning Rongrong was chattering incessantly in his mind, asking this and that. And Qian Runshui, who was beside them, was also looking at Qi Tian with a strange gaze. Qi Tian knew that Qian Runshui was also suspecting his identity. Such a blessing of beauty, Qi Tian felt like he might not be blessed enough to enjoy it. Qi Tian reached out and hugged Bibi Dong back, and Ning Rongrong's voice immediately came from his mind, this is my body, no hugging. However, Qi Tian ignored her and said to Bibi Dong, let go of me first. I won't let go. Bibi Dong held Qi Tian tightly. Although it was Ning Rongrong's body, she was unwilling to let go. Qi Tian had no choice but to say, I'll come find you in a few days, can you let me return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school first? He planned to use divine descent on Bibi Dong after completing the mission, and then explain to her. Bibi Dong then released Qi Tian, are you serious? Qi Tian nodded, of course it's true, I'm not in a good state to see you like this. But Bibi Dong wasn't so easily fooled. She said, okay, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, don't blame me for acting against the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In Bibi Dong's eyes, Ning Rongrong was different from Luer Long. Luer Long had traveled the continent with her for over a decade, and their friendship was deep. So Bibi Dong would not use Luer Long as a bargaining chip to threaten Qi Tian, but she could use Ning Rongrong as a bargaining chip to threaten him. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, finally having appeased Bibi Dong. He was afraid that Bibi Dong would take Ning Rongrong away, causing his mission to fall through. Then I'll take my leave first. Qi Tian gave Bibi Dong a look. He still had to go back and explain to Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, if Ning Rongrong went back and told Ning Fengji what happened today, Ning Fengji would definitely suspect Qian Runshui's identity. At that time, Qian Runshui and Spirit Hall's plan might fail, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school would also be harmed as a result. Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze still fixed on him. Qi Tian couldn't stand her infatuated gaze and quickly bid farewell, leaving the Crown Prince's mansion. As soon as he left, Qian Runshui asked, "Senior sister, what exactly is going on?" Bibi Dong then withdrew her gaze, but she did not explain to Qian Runshui. "There's nothing to say, but Shuiye, don't worry, your mission won't have any problems." Bibi Dong believed in Qi Tian's ability, believing that he could appease Ning Rongrong. But Qian Runshui didn't like this answer. She already had her own answer. The Qi Tian that Bibi Dong knew should be the same one she knew. "Sister, do you think only you know him?" Qian Runshui thought to herself. She had regarded Bibi Dong as an idol and a rival since childhood, and now she seemed to have an opportunity to surpass Bibi Dong. That was to snatch Qi Tian from Bibi Dong's hands. Chapter 88, Comforting Ning Rongrong. On the way back, Ning Rongrong still seemed angry and refused to speak to Qi Tian. Qi Tian could only explain to her, "Rongrong, do you know how dangerous it was just now? Bibi Dong is the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, a level 99 limit Douluo. She alone could take care of your 7 treasure glazed tile school." "What? Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff?" Ning Rongrong finally showed some reaction. Although she didn't particularly like to delve into sect affairs, she was still the young lord of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How could she not care about her own sect? "That's right. You can go back and ask Schoolmaster Ning, he's an honored elder of Spirit Hall and should know the Supreme Pontiff. You can also ask Sword Douluo, he knows the power of a level 99 titled Douluo." Ning Rongrong felt a little anxious and asked again, what if she makes a move against the 7 treasure glazed tile school then? Qi Tian said, "I don't know either. But you've heard of the Clear Sky sect, right? They offended Spirit Hall and were directly forced to seal their mountain by Spirit Hall." Only then did Ning Rongrong realize the seriousness of the matter. But she wasn't easily fooled. "Then what's your relationship with Bibi Dong?" This time, Qi Tian didn't deceive her again and said directly, "My relationship with her is the same as with you. The same as me. You also once possessed her and took over her body." "That's right," Qi Tian said. Ning Rongrong felt inexplicably disappointed. She suddenly realized that she wasn't the only one, and not even the first. "If she moves against the 7 treasure glazed tile school, will you help me or her?" Ning Rongrong asked. After asking this question, she was a little uneasy, afraid that Qi Tian would side with Bibi Dong. Why must it be a win or lose situation? Can't it be a win-win? Qi Tian said. Spirit Hall is powerful. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is a sect of auxiliary spirit masters, relying on the partners of its disciples and guardians to protect the sect. You can form a strong alliance with Spirit Hall and achieve unification of the continent. You still chose to side with her. Ning Rongrong listened to Qi Tian's explanation, feeling a little disappointed. Qi Tian's heart tightened as he sensed Ning Rongrong's mood. Fearing he wouldn't complete his mission, he quickly started making things up. "Rongrong, I didn't choose her, I chose the Douluo continent. Besides the Douluo continent, there are other continents on this planet, and they are powerful and have long achieved unification. If those continents attack the Douluo continent, the scattered Douluo continent will definitely not be their match. And on the Douluo continent, Spirit Hall is the most powerful force, with the most hope of unifying the continent and uniting all strengths. To prevent the people on the Douluo continent from being enslaved, I chose Spirit Hall, and I chose Bibi Dong." With Qi Tian's grand pronouncement, Ning Rongrong could no longer throw a tantrum. "Is what you said true?" "Yes, of course it's true, so I hope the 7 treasure glazed tile school can unite with Spirit Hall." Qi Tian said. "I've also prepared an immortal herb for you that can evolve your spirit into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. This way, you'll have a chance to break through to become a titled Douluo, and even break through level 100 to become a god. Coupled with the contracted spirit soul, you will also possess powerful strength, and in the future, you might even have a place in Spirit Hall. If you can gain influence in Spirit Hall, the 7 treasure glazed tile school situation may not be worse than it is now. Spirit Hall could not possibly disregard such a terrifying auxiliary spirit. The worst situation would be for the 7 treasure glazed tile school to continue to exist like the lower 4 sects, but to obey Spirit Hall's orders. If Ning Rongrong could become a god, and Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong were not God King Tang, the Ning family might be able to retain a divinity inheritance. At that time, the Ning family would not be much worse than the Qian family. Ning Rongrong's soul buzzed from Qi Tian's words. 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. I can also break through to titled Douluo. As for becoming a god at level 100, she hadn't thought that far ahead. That's right. After we return to the sect, I will help you evolve your spirit, and then you will believe me. Ning Rongrong felt a little dizzy. She had received too much information today and couldn't process it all. Then what should I do? Ning Rongrong asked. Qi Tian comforted her, you just need to cultivate diligently. Schoolmaster Ning will make a choice when he realizes Spirit Hall's power in the future. However, it's best not to mention what happened in the Crown Prince's mansion today, otherwise Spirit Hall might really act prematurely. Ning Rongrong felt the burden on her shoulders become much heavier. The future of the 7 treasure glazed tile school seemed to be in her hands. Moreover, she couldn't disobey Qi Tian, because she was still counting on him to contract a spirit soul and evolve her spirit. If another continent really attacked, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would indeed find it difficult to protect itself alone. Unknowingly, Qi Tian returned to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, back to Ning Rongrong's room. Qi Tian took out the Qiluo tulip from the sea calming divine pearl. In an instant, the entire room was filled with the fragrance of the tulip. Is this the immortal herb you mentioned? Ning Rongrong asked. Qi Tian had transplanted so many spiritual medicines from the ice and fire yin-yang well, but Ning Rongrong hadn't noticed this flower. Because such a flower had no medicinal value and was not worth her attention. Now Ning Rongrong knew that this flower was actually the immortal herb that could evolve her spirit. That's right, this is the immortal herb I mentioned. Qi Tian said. Such a precious immortal herb, you just gave it to me. Ning Rongrong was a little touched. This was a priceless treasure. Even if Ning Fengji were asked to buy it for 1,000,000 gold coins, he probably wouldn't hesitate. But Qi Tian just gave the immortal herb to her. She didn't know that after Qi Tian used her body to consume the immortal herb, he would also receive system rewards and his spirit power would increase. This was also the reason Qi Tian was willing to give the immortal herb to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do you believe me now? Qi Tian asked. Ning Rongrong changed her tone. Brother Tian, you're so good to me. Her trip to the Crown Prince's mansion today wasn't without its gains. She finally knew Qi Tian's real name. That address, Brother Tian, resonated with Qi Tian. He hadn't expected to also enjoy the treatment of God King Tang. Rongrong, I'm going to take the medicine now. Qi Tian no longer hesitated, directly began to absorb the stamens of the Qiluo tulip, and then circulated mysterious heaven skill to dissolve the medicinal power of the tulip. Before long, a wave of tulip fragrance emanated from Ning Rongrong's body, covering her original body scent. This fragrance would always remain on Ning Rongrong, and her spirit power also rapidly increased with the absorption of the immortal herb. Level 24, Level 25, it stopped at the bottleneck of level 30, with a small portion of spirit power still accumulated within her body. After a while, Qi Tian finally finished absorbing the medicinal power. He stretched out his hand and summoned his spirit. A 9-story pagoda appeared, with the bottom 2 layers glowing with the golden light of the Qiluo tulip. Chapter 89 Mission completed, Spirit Power Breakthrough. 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. It actually succeeded. Ning Rongrong's heart surged with emotion, finding it hard to believe. No one in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had ever awakened a 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. She was unprecedented, having pioneered a new path. Ning Rongrong could already imagine how shocked her father would be when he saw her spirit. Thanks to Brother Tian, the method of contracting beast spirits he mentioned must be true as well. He wouldn't lie to me. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Thinking that she could break through to titled Douluo in the future and contract a protector beast spirit, Ningrongrong felt exceptionally excited. However, she also knew that contracting a beast spirit wasn't that simple, and she still needed to cultivate hard. Ningrongrong's residence was located in the core area among the castle complex of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. At this moment, 3 people were already waiting at her door. These 3 were none other than Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong. Perhaps because the 3 of them were guarding Ningrongrong's door, it attracted some of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's direct disciples to watch from afar. Uncle Sword, can you sense what is happening inside Rongrong's room? Ning Fengji asked, feeling somewhat anxious. With innate spirit power at rank 9, Ningrongrong was the most talented among the 7 treasure glazed tile school's disciples, and she was his daughter. How could Ning Fengji not be concerned? Sect Master, do not worry. The continuous fluctuations of spirit power just now all seemed to be caused by a spirit power breakthrough. Rongrong should be fine. Chen Xin said. In truth, he didn't know what was happening either, because he had never seen a spirit master who could continuously break through several spirit power ranks like this. Ji Yurong's face carried a trace of worry, and he hesitated to speak, but in the end, he voiced his guess. Sect Master, is it possible that Rongrong consumed some kind of forbidden drug that sacrifices future potential? A few days ago, she asked me to take her to the center of the Sunset Forest, where there is a valley filled with poisonous miasma. Rongrong entered that valley alone. I suspect she obtained something there, possibly a forbidden drug. Ning Fengji's heart tightened. Uncle Long, why didn't you say so earlier? He was about to open the door and rush in to check on Ningrongrong, but was stopped by Chen Xin. Sect Master, wait. Rongrong is not the type of person to not know the gravity of things. Chen Xin said. Over the past 6 months, Chen Xin had spent a lot of time with Ningrongrong. She would either come to ask for advice or pay her respects. Sometimes, he could even glean insights from his conversations with Ningrongrong that were beneficial to him. Chen Xin had noticed the changes in Ningrongrong and believed that she would not sacrifice her future for a momentary boost. Furthermore, even if Rongrong had consumed a forbidden drug, we wouldn't be able to stop it by entering now. Instead, we would disturb her cultivation. Under Chen Xin's persuasion, Ning Fengji finally gave up on rushing into Ningrongrong's castle. But there was no way to alleviate his nervous state of mind. After a long while, the spirit power fluctuations in the room finally returned to calm, and Ning Fengji could no longer hold back. Uncle Long, break the door open. Ning Fengji said. Ji Yurong's spirit was the bone dragon, a type of dragon clan, and both its strength and defense were very powerful. His frame was broad, and even without using his spirit, his own strength was not something an ordinary spirit master could compare to. All right. Ji Yurong was also very anxious, because he was the one who had taken Ningrongrong to the Sunset Forest. If something happened to Ningrongrong, he would be held responsible. With a bang, the door to Ningrongrong's room was broken open, and the group immediately saw Ningrongrong in the spacious room. In her hands, she held a colorful pagoda, and the gemstones on it were radiating a dazzling light. Ning Fengji swept his gaze over it and immediately saw that the foundation of Ningrongrong's spirit had not been affected. Phew, that's good. He let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 3 of them noticed that Ningrongrong's spirit power fluctuations had actually reached rank 30. Dad, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, why are you here? Qian used Ningrongrong's tone of voice to greet the 3 of them. Ji Yurong said, Rongrong, you scared us to death. There were constant spirit power breakthrough fluctuations coming from your room. We thought something had happened to you. Qian suddenly understood. Ningrongrong had outstanding talent and was valued by them, so the place she lived was very close to where they were. That was why they had sensed his breakthrough fluctuations and thought an accident had occurred, rushing over to check. I'm fine. My spirit power just had a breakthrough, that's all. Qian explained. But just at this moment, Chen Xin noticed something unusual. 9 levels, 9 colors, has Rongrong's spirit turned into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Chen Xin said, moved. He had previously thought that Ning Rongrong's spirit could not possibly undergo a secondary awakening, but now he saw the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Could this be talent? What? 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong only then noticed Ning Rongrong's spirit. They stepped forward to observe her spirit. Rongrong, how did you do it? The usually composed Ning Fengji could not control his excitement at this moment. Dad, I just ate a heaven and earth treasure. Qi Tian said. A heaven and earth treasure? What kind of heaven and earth treasure? What does that heaven and earth treasure look like? Ning Fengji asked anxiously. If they could find another such heaven and earth treasure, couldn't the 7 treasure glazed tile school produce a second, or even a third, 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit? His 7 treasure glazed tile school didn't have much else, but it had plenty of wealth, and he, Ning Fengji, was willing to exhaust the sect's financial resources to collect such heaven and earth treasures. This heaven and earth treasure has harsh growth conditions and is called the Douluo tulip. There is only one in the entire continent, and I have already eaten it. Look at my spirit, this is the Douluo tulip. The 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit had its top 7 levels still composed of the original gemstones, while the bottom 2 levels were composed of the Douluo tulip. Qi Tian described the appearance of the Douluo tulip again to convince Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji noted down Qi Tian's description and secretly decided that he would use the sect's power to search for such heaven and earth treasures. Congratulations, sect master. Rongrong has awakened the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school can be renamed the 9 treasure glazed tile school in the future. Ning Fengji waved his hand and said, Uncle Sword, Uncle Long, Rongrong's strength is too low, it is better not to publicize this matter. Ji Yu Rong nodded and said, yes, bide one's time. At this moment, Ning Fengji turned back to look at the other direct disciples watching from outside, preparing to make them keep quiet as well. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host. The mission of possession of Ning Rongrong has ended. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission reward. Open black lens bracket. Divine descent. Close black lens bracket has been issued. Close black lens bracket. It's finished already. Qi Tian felt a bit surprised and reluctant. He had wanted to use Ning Rongrong's body to absorb a spirit ring and turn the spirit power gained from absorbing the spirit ring into the system's mission rewards as well. In that case, his spirit power could advance even further. Unfortunately, with the mission completed, the stage rewards would also expire after today's settlement. Never mind, consuming the Douluo tulip this time has already allowed my spirit power to break through to rank 40. Qi Tian was satisfied. Chapter 90, The Grateful Kitten, Possessing Again. After Qi Tian completed the mission, he did not bid farewell to Ning Rongrong. In any case, Qi Tian could still use the mission reward, open black lens bracket divine descent close black lens bracket, to possess Ning Rongrong again, so he merely instructed her on a few matters. At midnight, Qi Tian's split soul returned, and a massive surge of spirit power continuously poured into Qi Tian's body. His spirit power began to break through. Zhu Zuqing, who was leaning in his embrace, was startled awake, staring wide-eyed at Qi Tian, who was breaking through. Qi Tian broke through again. Zhu Zuqing was shocked. She originally thought she was a genius, but upon seeing Qi Tian's cultivate speed, she realized she was nothing special. Although they were the same age, Qi Tian was already at level 36, while she was only at level 25. No, I must work twice as hard to catch up to him and change the fate of the Zhu family. Zhu Zuqing thought to herself. She hadn't forgotten that 5 years later, during the Star Luo royal family succession war, if Dai Wuxi won, he might send people to hunt her down. If she wasn't strong enough by then, she wouldn't just fail to protect herself, she would also implicate Qi Tian. Just then, Qi Tian's spirit power broke through again, advancing from level 36 to level 37. What? Breaking through 2 levels consecutively. Zhu Zuqing dared not move, afraid of disturbing Qi Tian's cultivate. But slowly, Zhu Zuqing became somewhat numb, as Qi Tian's spirit power broke through again and again, finally stabilizing only after reaching level 40. Just at this moment, she suddenly smelled a pleasant scent, the rich fragrance of tulips. This scent was actually emanating from Qitian's body. Qitian woke up from his state of regulating his spirit power. Seeing Zhu Zuqing looking at him in surprise, he quietly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth, initially wanting to ask how Qitian managed to break through 5 levels of spirit power overnight. But realizing this might be Qitian's secret, she changed her words, saying, "You smell so nice." Zhu Zuqing buried her face in Qitian's arms, delicately sniffing his scent. Only then did Qitian notice that his body was actually permeated with the scent of tulips. This was because Ningrongrong had absorbed the Qiluo tulip, her spirit power had been infused with its flavor, and naturally, the spirit power rewarded by the system was the same. Qitian frowned. This was not a good sign. Scent could expose a person's whereabouts. He tried using the ice and fire spirit power vortex inside his body to cover the scent. Before long, the smell on his body grew fainter and fainter. This was a miniature ice and fire yin-yang well, rumored to be able to eradicate all poisons. A mere floral scent could easily be masked. Qitian sighed in relief, then told Zuqing, "Zuqing, I just consumed an immortal herb, which is why my spirit power increased so quickly. I have another immortal herb I can give you, which will allow you to increase your spirit power by at least 6 or 7 levels." Qitian said. "For me." Zhu Zuqing looked up, gazing at Qitian with deep emotion. She was already extremely satisfied that Qitian was honest with her, but Qitian actually intended to give her such a heaven-defying immortal herb to consume. "That's right, this immortal herb was originally prepared for you," Qitian stated. Zhu Zuqing was extremely moved, but she didn't know how to express her gratitude. She suddenly recalled the scenes from her dreams, and also thought about how Qitian seemed to enjoy her body and her older sister's body. Having nothing else to repay him with, she could only offer herself. "Thank you, Qitian." Zhu Zuqing thanked him. "Sniff, why is the scent gone?" Zhu Zuqing sniffed her nose, feeling confused. She could clearly smell it just a moment ago. She burrowed deeper into the bedding, attempting to find the source of the fragrance. Qitian's spirit lifted. Zhu Zuqing actually found a cat teaser wand and began playing with it. However, her movements were clumsy, like an inexperienced kitten. Qitian could only step in to guide her, teaching the kitten how to handle the cat teaser wand, how to scratch it with her paws, and how to bite it with her mouth. Half an hour later, the cat teaser wand was caught by the kitten. Qitian could no longer suppress it, the scent of tulips burst forth, and was swallowed by Zhu Zuqing, the kitten. "Zuqing, you." Qitian's words were cut short by Zhu Zuqing. Her cheeks were flushed pink, completely unlike her usual cold and aloof demeanor, and she was too shy to face anyone. Zhu Zuqing buried herself in Qitian's chest and said, "Stop talking, let's go to sleep quickly. We still have to cultivate tomorrow." Qitian sighed contentedly, embracing Zhu Zuqing as he fell asleep. The next morning, Qitian and Zhu Zuqing woke up from bed feeling refreshed. Qitian wanted to try out the system's reward, open black lens bracket divine descent close black lens bracket. Divine descent, as the name suggests, is when a deity possesses their dependent and descends upon the world. "Zuqing, I will use the possession skill on you later. Don't resist me," Qitian said. Zhu Zuqing nodded and said, "Okay." She now considered herself Qitian's person. Although they hadn't taken the final step, their relationship was intimate enough, like a couple. Qitian used the divine descent skill granted by the system, selecting Zhu Zuqing as his target. Just then, Zhu Zuqing felt the intrusion of Qitian's split soul. Without the slightest hesitation, she opened up her mind. Qitian's split soul took residence. Half a year later, he possessed Zhu Zuqing again. However, unlike last time, he did not receive a system reward notification. In other words, if he cultivated using Zhu Zuqing's body now, there would be no spirit power. Feedback to his own body. And if Zhu Zuqing consumed an immortal herb, that spirit power would not be copied by the system. It seems there are other uses. Qitian thought. Qitian discovered that he could actually relinquish control of Zhu Zuqing's body, merely remaining possessed within her, similar to her current state. He took out an immortal herb from the sea-calming divine pearl. This immortal herb was white and crystalline, shaped like a flower and grass, pure and flawless like a green lotus and white water chestnut. It was precisely the Narcissus jade bone. Is this the immortal herb you mentioned? Zhu Zuqing asked. Qi Tian nodded and said, that's right, this immortal herb is called Narcissus jade bone, and it can lubricate tendons, supplement bones, and circulate qi through the 8 extraordinary meridians. After introducing it, Qi Tian held the Narcissus jade bone in his hand, ate the petals, gently sucked the stamen, and activated spirit power to metabolize the medicinal power. He tossed the roots and stems of the Narcissus jade bone back into the small world within the sea-calming divine pearl. Before long, Zhu Zuqing's spirit power began to fluctuate, climbing steadily. Level 25, level 26. In a short while, she broke through to level 30 and then calmed down. A large amount of spirit power transformed into foundation, stored within her body. As long as she absorbed a spirit ring, she could break through several levels consecutively again. While metabolizing the medicinal power, the meridians inside Zhu Zuqing's body were cleared by the spirit power, and even many of her 8 extraordinary meridians were opened up. Under the effect of these medicinal power, her skin became smooth and fair like white jade lotus root, no less impressive than Ning Rongrong's skin. Qi Tian quietly enjoyed the nourishment the spirit power provided to his soul. He felt he should be able to gain a bit of mental force cultivation level.